All right. I mean, otherwise I will not be able to complain about the theme. Lol. Hello, Davey. Hi, Gerdink. This is the only reason we participate in the game jams, right? So that we can complain about the theme. True. True. Hi, how are you doing, Davey? How are you guys doing? What do you think about this new camera? Because I'm too lazy to set up my green screen. Is this better? Is it legal? I mean, but is it legal to use Jam to move my game from Unity to Godot, or will I be arrested? And okay. The game will have an interactable PC that has mini games. Ground. Nice. You learning English finally? I'm in, out of practice, but in. First ever participation. Там рука торчала. Okay. You can probably also hear someone laughing in the background. Yeah. Oh. Somebody need help. I think we are fine. Are you going to participate in the game jam yourself this time or no? Know that you made a game about the cucumbers, right? No, you are not Pigorly. So you Pigorly only voted for the theme so that folklore doesn't win, but I think folklore is still going to win. Unfortunately, Pigorly, your voice and my voice probably is not going to be enough to make folklore lose. I think it will win anyway. So better prepare for it. Buon Pomo. In with Squarity. What is Squarity? My own game engine. You can create and share tiny 2D based games directly in the browser. Squarity, Python anywhere. Nice. From 47 to 54. Actually, 10 hours until LD. Are you going to... do you guys have Teams or anything? Guys teamed up. Why is Hello Nerdsel, by the way, not working? Because I did add the Hello Nerdsel command to my bot. Someone has a cough, yeah. Mickey. uh, you got scammed once again? What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about the this thing, right? Let's see. Projects TTV. Okay, so if we go here, I think I know what the problem is actually. I think I know what the problem is. The problem is Nix, believe it or not. Nerdsol, you were scammed because of Nix. So here's the thing, right? So sound commands. Over here we have a hello Nerdsol, right? But you're going to play Celeste to prepare. Nice. So yeah, I'm doing this in my Nix files right over here. TTV, no, not TTV. Man, I think I just have it here. So over here, I have this service, the TTV web, right? I'm just basically serving using Keddy, the file server. Whoops. I'm just serving the front end, right here. But the problem is, if we take a look at this thing, right? Let's see. System control user cat TTV web. All right. So over here, look at this. So we have Keddy, and we're doing the file server of this Nix store TTV web. So this is the thing that we are doing over here, right? So this is the TTV WASM, JavaScript, HTML, some assets, and everything. And if you look at this over here, this is what Nix is doing. This time is the time of the last modification, right? And it is saying 1st January of 1970. Fix it. Hold on, I need to a window. I guess. Was it the Infinite Coder for the sub? But yeah, apparently we made the front end for our Twitch bot in 1970. You know, that was a long time ago. But yeah, this is just how Nix works. Everything in the Nix store having this timestamp because it should be like this is what makes it reproducible and everything, right? Looks good for his age. Yeah. How do you get rid of this window? Recurrent subscription. I think you press the little cross on the window. Yeah. Yeah, so then, right? So since when I'm updating my front end, right, in storing it in the Nix store, the timestamp is always going to be the 1st of January 1970. And this means that the last modification time is never updated, so I'm still getting the cached version. If I look into my browser, so this is a port 1788, right? Localhost 1788. So this is the front end, and we can go into here and say assets, sound commands, config JSON, right? So this is the JSON file that I'm serving, which is listing all the sound commands. So hello Nerdsol is actually here, right? But the problem is then this thing is being cached in the browser, which is the OBS browser source, and OBS browser source. If we look at this over here, this is the browser source in OBS, right? If I refresh the cache, if I clear the cache, then it's still going to be cached because OBS is weird, and the button that says refresh the cache doesn't even refresh the cache for whatever reason. This is your first time subbing to someone on Twitch? Well, I appreciate that I'm being your first one. But yeah, OBS doesn't really refresh the cache of the thing. And if we say hello Nerdsel again, it's not going to work. So yeah. How do you download Folklore twice? Yeah, how do I make it like refresh and actually work? This is annoying issue. But also, I think I can just make it so that when I'm doing the file server, right, in my KDE over here, I'm just doing the file server. I just can make it so that nothing is being cached, maybe. So let's take a look over here in the browser. I open this file, right? We go into the network, we reload the page, and as you can see, this config.json, this has been cached, right? So can I disable the cache? KDE file server disable caching. Then no cache header. Bruh.
Can you rechat, please?
Yeah, but how? How do I add the header? Do you think I ever done this? I literally, as you can see, I'm doing one command. File server, listen, this port, and this is the directory that I'm serving, right? I am one command. That probably would be a better theme than whatever we're going to end up with for this LD. Right, your own server. No, over here. Header, cache control, right? No cache header. So cache control, no cache. Is that what it should be? Like cache control, no cache, no store, must revalidate. Is this the thing? Hold on. I'm just wondering. I'm not the first person who is like hitting this issue, right? Nix store timestamp KDE file server whatever cache. I search for all of these things. Does KDE file server do any caching? File server doesn't do its own caching, but you can build KDE this plugin to do so. Nginx serving Nix store path sets last modified header. Yeah, this one. Nginx serving Nix store path sets last modified header to Unix +1 timestamp. If you serve files from the Nix store, Nginx will set the last modified header to Unix timestamp 1. The result is that browser will cache indefinitely. Not sure what we should do about it really. Following Nginx configuration helps. Extra config if modified since off. Add header last modified this. E-tag off. Why do you need to turn e-tag off? Okay, so like the same, but no, I'm not using Nginx. I'm using the just fixing it on the KDE side by setting the header. So on the Nginx, they're doing the different header, right? They're doing the last modified empty and is modified since off instead of setting the cache control no cache. Is that different? Are you a front like the developer? Like you're doing these things a lot? Very rarely that I need to like do configuration of Nginx or KDE. Okay, yeah, but can I specify it on the command line without specifying the KDE configuration file? KDE, nix run nix packages KDE, file server help. Can I not the like this, right? Simple but production-ready file server user for quick deployments, demos, and development. The listener socket address must be customized with the listen tag. If a domain name is specified, domain, the default listener change HTTPS. If browse is enabled, requests for folders without an index file will respond with a file listing. I cannot specify the headers on the command line here. Okay, which means that I need to actually write the configuration file, right? Get file server cache command line cache control. No. The file server disable cache control. You could also add a query string to the requests to the web server with a timestamp. Yeah, but then I need to modify the front end. This is actually like annoying. I don't like this solution. But basically, you're saying that every time I'm making a request to the server, I can add a query string with a timestamp, and that like every request is different, so that it's not going to be cached at all. That's yeah. I don't like this solution. That's a shitty workaround. I know that it is like there are like frameworks that do that for you even, right? When you're doing front-end development. I really hate this solution. I think instead of doing the like question mark timestamp is this, right? I really like it more when at least you have the prefix, right? Over here, you know, like v1 slash, for example, right? And over here it can be like a timestamp instead of a v1 if you want. I think this one is like a little better than the query string, but still, it's better to actually do the proper headers, I guess. But what do we want for the header? You just want the no cache, right? Okay, Katie, specify. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Katie. Okay. Katie config Katie JSON, right? Katie run help. No. Katie run help. Start the Katie process optionally bootstraps an initial config file and blocks indefinitely until the service stops. Runs Katie in daemon. Foreground. The config file is specified. It will be applied immediately after the process. The config file is not a Geddy's native JSON format. Wait, is Geddy... I thought Geddy is not JSON. We want a Geddy file. As a special case, if the current work directory has a file called Geddy file. Can I specify the Geddy file? Geddy file is not the config file or what? Let me try. Helix Geddy file. So what do we want? We want file server, right? And the root is going to be like this directory, right? And then we do listen a local host, like 1234, right? Is this how you write the Geddy file? I don't remember. X run one. Using a JSON Geddy file. I'd recognize directive file server because it is file underscore server, I think, right? Error loading initial config loading new config HTTP add start listening on 443. Hold on. Should I say like localhost? Is it wait? I don't remember how to do this. Geddy file server. Fine. Let's see. Is there an example? File server, browse. File server, hide.git, precompressed. Root file server. Okay. I think something like this is what I want, right? Root star. What? This is going to be a path. What about the listen? What is Geddy? It's just the Nginx, which is like easier to configure. As you can see, you just specify, for example, your host name, for example.com, and it's going to set up the HTTPS for you using Let's Encrypt. So you can like really easily set up your server this way. I just don't remember exactly the thing. Did I go into getting started? Wait, I just do this? Without the listen? Is that the problem? Because I added listen, but I don't need listen, I just need to do this. Is that right? Okay. So there you go. Now if I go into localhost 1234, right? I have this stuff, and over here I have Geddy file. No, I do not have Geddy file. 404. Wait, why is it 2019? Page not found. Oh, it will not serve the Geddy file? Okay. Just select any other file in this directory, which is flake nix, for example. Okay, maybe you're right. Flake nix. Okay, there you go. So kuviman nix configs, there you go. So this works, and we loaded this. If I refresh this, this is going to be cached, and I want to disable the caching here, right? So we do. Is there a search here? Cache control. Over here. Cache control. Set a default cache expression if upstream doesn't define one. Header. Question mark. What does question mark mean? Because over here it's without the question mark. Anyway, we just do header, and that's it, right? That's it. Just header cache control is going to be and then what is the valid? Cache control no cache. Control. Okay. We just literally say no cache, right? Or do we say no cache, no store? Both, because that's what I have seen in that Nginx stuff. Literally the next file in the Geddy. Oh. Okay. What is the syntax? I'm not sure. Header no cache. This. What is this? Override the cache expiration. Enabling defer is necessary to ensure the header is set after the proxy. Okay. Is this like the deferring or something? Okay, we'll literally just do this. By the way, no cache is with a dash here. And over here it's without a dash. Because this is a like a keyword in the caddy, I guess. So without the the, the quotes. No, no. Cache control, no cache. Let's just do this. This should work, right? But this is still going to be cached, right? Because that's what I did. How do I... Then I will need to still clear the cache somehow, right? Wait, hold on. This is the wrong file. This one, the flakenix. Flakenix is still cached, right? So if we do the flake lock instead, then this is still transferred, not cached. And if I refresh, it's cached. It is still cached. Did I do something wrong? It says cached here. You see this? Cached. What did I do wrong? Let's see the this request and response. Wait, cache, no cache information, request, cookies, headers. Maybe if I look at the response headers. Yeah, see, response headers, cache control, no cache. It actually didn't work. Even although the response definitely did have this header. The E tag is here. What is the E tag? The E tag, HTTP response header, is an identifier for a specific version of a resource. Thus, caches be more efficient and save bandwidth. Maybe because of the E tag? Like, why is it cached? If I change this file to something else. Flake lock. I. Then we actually transferred it, right? So I think it was cached because the E tag was the same, right? Is that true? It, like, did it still send the request actually? Got the E tag. Use cases. Wait, where is it? Preventing storing. If you don't want a response stored in caches, use the no store. So I want the no store, right? Or like I need to do this. Oh, this is just equivalent to the no store. Conflicted what? In theory, if directives are conflicted, the most restrictive directive should be honored. Okay. So I do the no store instead of no cache, right? Just to make sure. No store. Can I do this? Okay, this one is still cached. Refresh the cache. Transferred. Transferred, transferred, transferred. Okay, no store actually works, I think. I think no store works, no cache doesn't work. So no cache still is cache, apparently. Okay. This is what we do. And then, hello Nike dev. Hello. So then we do the TTV here. Which stuff? So I'm not doing the KDE file server anymore, right? I'm instead doing KDE. I think the header actually needed to be no cache. Yeah, that's what it said in the. So like, is the is the KDE documentation wrong then? Because in KDE documentation it was no cache without the dash, but in the MDN it was with the dash, which may be why it didn't work. Anyway, no store is like even better, right? So anyway, we do KDE run, and over here I specify the config to this file, right? And so this file is going to be um wait, how do I make a reference to a file here in Nix? Anyone knows? Mm. I can just do like KDE. Well, here is did like hold on. Nix store string Nix store or something. I'm not sure. Where did the push-ups go? Disable them temporarily because I'm too lazy. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Let's do the push-ups. I mean, we'll see if I do them, but I can re-enable them. Fine. Stream manager. No, not stream manager. And no. View words channel manage. All right. 10 push-ups. There you go. I disabled them for no reason. Don't turn them back on. Well, the reason was I was lazy yesterday. Push-ups. Today I'm fine. So hold on, how do we do this? Nix. That bean water that you're drinking, it is coffee, milk, cappuccino, right? Is that what is it? It is coffee with milk. Nix store. Hold on, Nix. Save string to store. Write binary file to Nix store. Huh? Nix built-ins. Hello, Arya. I don't remember. Built-in store path. Store path. This function allows you to find dependency on an already existing stored path. No. Are we all ready for a crappy theme? I mean, from that list, all the themes are pretty much a crappy theme. So whatever is going to be chosen, it's going to be a crappy theme. I don't like any of those themes that are listed there. Well, obviously the folklore is the worst one. So thank you guys for downvoting it. You did downvote it, right? Folklore, let's go. Wait, what? Hold on. Let's go downvoted, you wanted to say, right? XML to JSON to path. To file. Store the string s in a file in the next store and return its path. Oh, this thing, right? So this is what I want. So built-ins to file name s. All right. Built-ins to file builder sh, and then okay, this is what I want. Because I don't want it to be like actually in a separate file. I want to just have it there. So getty file is going to be built-ins to file. I think this. Used binding. Can you tell where is the syntax error here? Because I do not see it. Maybe over here, actually. Didn't finish this. Okay, so config is going to be caddy file, basically, right? So, and we remove this into the caddy file. Caddy file is going to be caddy file is going to be 1788. Then it's going to be root star, and then this. Then it's going to be header cache control no store, and then it's going to be file server, and I think this is it, right? Okay, file. Okay, where is the problem though? nixfmt parse error at line 2 colon 1. Line 2 colon 1. Wait, what? What's the problem here? Huh? JSON exception parse error. Like, what is this error message even is? Nix. Oh, wait, hold on. It's because I modified my flake. I'm stupid. Flake log. I should not do this. Should not do that. Can you fix my Discord cache while you're at it, Kubi? What's wrong with the Discord's cache? You got a 3B golden berry. It only took me 1,000 deaths. Okay, Nix FMT. Okay, okay, let's see. Nix OS switch, right? And that's going to just do everything for me. Cloudflare blocked everyone. Undefined variable caddy file. What does it mean, undefined variable caddy file? If I literally did it, right? Because caddy file is here. So this variable, yeah, I mean, it says that it is unused. I guess it's because, okay, I see it. KD file should be, let's just do the KD file over here directly, you know. Let KD file be this in that, right? Is this correct? XFMT. Looks good. Yeah, so we like specify the KD file in line here, just near our service definition. Absorb is kind of cool, actually. Yeah, we just make the we just make the Agario then, right? That's what we are going to do if the theme is going to be absorb, I think. To file. The file named builder sh must not contain a reference to a derivation, but contains. Wait, what? Why should to file not contain a reference to a derivation? If I want it to contain a reference. MMO, let's go. Yeah, I think I want to make an MMO this time. Okay, hold on. So over here I have a reference to the thing, right? And I cannot. This should be a KD file, by the way. That's what it should be called. To file must not contain a reference to a derivation. Why not? Nix to file must not contain a reference. Use a reference to derivation in to file. Like I literally want to do that. Reference a variable from special args from a to file invocation. This works, but if I change the definition to the following, it stops working. To file, alacrity YAML must not contain a reference. Okay. Why does this restriction exist, and what is a better way to reference? You can create the file in a proper build of derivation. This is less appealing than a simple to file, but allows tracking of the runtime dependency. Nix packages also has a few things like write text file that make it easy to write a file that contains search reference in it. Write text file. Why does this restriction exist? Built-in to files has a rather unintuitive difference from a derivation-based equivalent. It creates the file in the Nix store during the evaluation rather than during the built-in realization phase. Because of this, you can't put references and derivation output into it, because they haven't been built yet at the time the file is made. Okay. Interestingly, this also means that import built-ins to file test Nix 1+1 doesn't actually qualify as an import from derivation, and thus can be used in a kind of a Nix eval. Okay, so what do? I need to do an actual derivation or use the write text file. Okay, Nix write text file. Trivial builders. Nix packages provide a couple of functions that help you with building derivation. The most important one, make derivation, has already been documented above. The following functions make derivation, run command. Okay. Write text. What is write text? Writes content of a file to Nix store path. And text file is different. This function is write text to the Nix store. This is useful for creating scripts from Nix expressions. Write text file takes an attribute set and expects to argument name and text. Name corresponds. Many more commands. Write text file, including write text there, write script. Okay. So write text is different because it's not named arguments, basically. Okay, fine. We literally just do write text instead of these built-ins. Right? Write text. And write text is specified in the Nix packages, right? So packages write text. Is this it? Might be it. Okay. Looks like it's working. It looks like this service has not been system control cat TV web. Yeah. See, like, so this has been changed, but has it actually been reloaded? System control status. Wait, it actually restarted automatically 5 seconds ago. Why did I not see the fact that it restarted the TTV web in this log? It said restarting the following units: home manager, Kuviman service. Okay, fine. Okay, so this has been restarted. By the way, it failed to start, so I did something wrong here, obviously. What did I do wrong? Because it's not KDE file, right? The config is not... Okay, hold on. How do I do a KDE file? So I looked up folklore just in case I need an idea. And what are the most hits from Google search? Taylor Swift album, folklore, grown. I did not that album. I have no idea. But I was thinking what I was going to do if the theme is going to be folklore, so I searched the fart folklore, and apparently there is a lot of fart folklore. Like, there is the like in Innu mythology, this is the farting god, the most powerful spirit, even more powerful than the Caribou Master. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to make another farting game, but there is a lot of folklore around that theme. If we want to really punish the people for voting for this. But yeah, the farting gods apparently are one of the strongest gods in existence. Hold on. What am I doing? KDE. KDE. Specify path to KDE file on command line. Command line, command args. KDE file. Config is the path to the config file. If omitted, assumes KDE file in the current directory. So config can be the The caddy file. What is wrong? Why is my stuff not working? Every LD for Kuvi is just a revenge arc now. Yeah. We just need to make people suffer. What is wrong? Anyone understands this? So the problem is invalid character colon. This is the config file, right? Let me take a look. Like, let's do bat this, right? So here is the caddy file. So can I do nix run caddy run config this path, right? Yeah, see, this doesn't work. Why does this not work? If this literally worked here, what is the difference from this caddy file? What is the difference? Nix run config caddy file. This caddy file works, and this caddy file doesn't work. What is the difference? It says that invalid character this. Huh? Loading initial config, decoding request body. Invalid character colon. There's a colon. This is the only colon is in this file, and this is the only colon in that file. This file works, and this file doesn't work. Huh? I don't get it. What if I copy this file here? And then do this. Then this works. Hold on. Hold on. What? The file works, but only if it's not in the Nix store. What? So, like, see, diff, caddy file, and then this file. There is no difference between these files. And then we do nix run using this file, and it works. And then we do nix run using this file, and it doesn't work because it says invalid character. What the fuck? Help? Config string. Configuration file. Hold on. If I change this caddy file into move, hold on, make directory test, move caddy file into test, nix run using config test slash caddy file. If I do this, then it still works. But when if it is, oh wait, hold on. Hold on. I don't understand. What is this? The spiritual significance of bird poop, myth or reality? Bird poop. Not the most glamorous topic. Sign of good luck. Okay. This is not really folklore though, right? What is the definition of the folklore anyway? Folklore is like a story, right? Or not necessarily. Low coffee lava. How are you doing? I was going to. Oh wait, folklore literally. Yeah, Taylor Swift album. This is the first thing. What is the second thing? What is the folklore? The whole oral traditions shared by a particular group of people. Includes tales, myths, legends, poems, jokes, and other oral traditions. We're looking into the folklore because it's going to be a Ludum Dare. Yeah, are you going to do Ludum Dare? It starts in 8 hours and 43 minutes. Here is the theme voting. The folklore is the worst theme, so we downvoted this shit. But it's probably still going to win because that's how the Ludum Dare themes work. Did you participate in the Ludum Dare before? Here's stuff that I made. Might be good content. I like Ludum Dare. Good. But you never did it. Here's the last game that I made for it. To juggle the mail and then shoot it into the mailboxes. Yeah, something like this. So I'm doing this paint art, and this time I want to try and make a 3D game, which is why I'm making this application that is called Fog Paint, right? Which is a Paint 3D. I didn't start working on it yet, but it looks something like this. I want to like improve my programmer art, my paint art by going into the third dimension. So I can draw this here, and then I can make another plane and like do this, and this is like 3D stuff, right? So this is like two different drawing planes that I have created. Try this approach for this LD. But I was going to fix my Twitch bot first. I'm using Nix. Makes it a little weird. So right now I'm serving my these little crabs that are walking on the bottom of the. This also is all done using my game engine. So we. But yeah, I compile my stuff for the web, and I'm serving this web front end, and I'm using the OBS browser source. How would you program in Rust if there are way better alternatives nowadays? Just going outside and riding a bicycle. Although riding a bicycle doesn't have a package manager at the moment. But I did. I do go outside. The last stream that we, I mean, 2 streams ago, I tried being outside and writing Rust at the same time. It's not really an alternative. You can do both, you know. You can do both. But yeah. Rust because there are actually no alternatives that are better. So yeah, that sentence that there are better alternatives is a lie. All the alternatives are worse. But yeah, I'm waiting for something better to be created because Rust is also not ideal. Zig, no, Zig is bad. I don't like Zig. Not that I tried it, but I mean, I can hate something without trying it out, right? Odin looked fun, but I still think Rust is better. Folklore, you said. Yeah, the theme is going to be bad, probably. The theme is going to be bad. Do you have an account on this website? Can you go into this theme voting for me, please, and go ahead and downvote this stupid theme? Can you do the same thing that I did here? Like literally every other thing is better, but this is still probably going to win. Someone made the poll here. And Folklore is probably going to win. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on, Folklore. Okay. Let's see, this has been updated. Show results. Okay, hold on. Actually, this is like the unofficial poll that people did. It looks like Folklore is pretty high up, but it's not in the first place. And this is like not the official results though, obviously. This is what people have been voting for. Tiny Creatures, I don't hate this one. Strange Machines, I'm not sure. I think this team sucks, but I don't know. Anyway, I didn't really think about any of this. But I think Tiny Creatures is the one that I liked the most out of all of these. So it's nice to see that it is near the top. Okay. You made a game with Odin yesterday? Let's take a look. Import. Package. This looks like Go. Wait, are you sure that this is Odin? N underscore R is this, and then if R is not nil. Okay, I take it back. Zig is probably better than Odin then, because Go is like the worst. If R is less than 0, yeah, this is even worse than Go. The error is a number. No semicolons. All right, hold on. Do you know what Nix is? Here's what I'm using. I'm using Linux. I'm using Nix OS, and I'm using Kedi right now to try and serve my front end for the Twitch bot, right? And there's a problem here. Actually, the question is not even about the Nix. I think the question is about Kedi, because literally, look at this. I have a file in the Nix store, right? And this file is my Kedi configuration. If you know what Kedi is like files. This is like the web server, like Nginx, right? So I'm specifying that I want to serve this directory with no caching on this port. That's it, right? And then we have the Kedi that like what is the reason? Why is it complaining about the character this? Because I have no idea what's wrong here. What is this error? If I copy this, literally, I copy this file into some other file, you know? Oh, wait, actually, I know why. I think I know why. What if I copy it to the file called test? Then I do nix run, and then I do test. Test is a directory. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, okay. Test slash this thing. Yeah, there you go. I think the problem is the file name. So in the Nix store, we are having this hash appended to the file name. And because the file name is not actually Kitty file, it's trying to parse it as a JSON instead of parsing it as a Kitty file, right? So if I do over here, the adapter, is it not in the adapter? Help. Adapter. All right. Adapter. Kitty file, right? Yeah, there you go. There you go. It's because of this stupid hash. All right. Finally, I figured it out. Smart. If only the error message was like telling me what's wrong. So here you go, the Twitch stuff. I do, this is the Kitty file, and then I say adapter Kitty file. There you go. Nice. And we do me make sure I commit stuff. Test. This is going to be deleted. This is going to be no cache for TTV web, right? Then remove the test. Okay, nice. And then we do NixOS switch, and this should work. This should work. So now I will be able to just reload. But I still need to delete the cache of the OBS, right? Okay. If I try to refresh this cache, and I say hello Nerdsel. Doesn't work. So how do you actually clear the OBS cache? Shit. How to actually clear OBS browser cache? Doesn't work. Do you have you ever seen this issue for yourself? When you have the OBS browser source, there's a button here which says refresh the cache of the current page, and it literally doesn't delete the cache. I need to delete some files. I remember doing this when I was streaming on Windows, and like this button literally doesn't work because the reason it doesn't work is because it's still caching the file that I have changed. This is so annoying. You know what? You know what I'm going to do? I don't even want to. You've never used the browser source? Okay. Yeah. Your Twitch bot only like is doing the sounds, right? And nothing visual. I want to add the TTS my Twitch bot too, but I'm too lazy to actually work on the bot. So my Twitch bot is like a client server application which has the backend and the front end. And for the front end, I'm using my game engine. Pretty nice. All right, hold on. I want to. I will just change the port here. You know, I will just change the port so that the stuff changes. You know. I do 1787 like just like this. I change GTV web. Because I changed the port, it's going to like refresh the cache because it's basically on a different host name now. Where's the cache saved? Maybe you can remove it manually? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I can. But I don't know where it is. It's probably somewhere in my home. Let's see. Home. Cache. OBS? No. I don't know where it is. Where is OBS browser cache? App data OBS Studio plugin config. Linux. Config OBS Studio plugin OBS browser cache. I think this one. But I already changed the port. But I think deleting this would also work. Okay, let's see. So if I refresh this is not going to work at all because this doesn't exist. I need to change the port here to this. Okay. And then this thing is online and I can say hello Nerdsol.
Nerdsol doesn't have a hello.
There you go. It worked. This stupid sound actually works. Okay. Let's try another thing. Because if you are going to participate in the Ludum Dare, by the way, here is the thing that we have been doing on the Ludum Dare recently. Let me find it. My Discord open. Things don't work, it just means the sounds are not stupid enough. The score chasers. So we have been doing the score chasers tournament. So basically how it works is you make a game for the LD, and then if your game has a is competitive enough, and if people who want to participate in the tournament want to play it during the tournament, then it's going to be played on the tournament basically. So there's going to be a tournament where we play some specific LD games. And I want to make it a command so that I can link to it. Thanks for the stream notification. Wait, what? Oh, because it only works when I open Discord. Stream notification, okay. I need to migrate from the from whatever bot is doing the stream notifications. Something else. Okay, so how general there was an announcement this one, right? So there you go. The 5th Ludum Dare Score Chasers tournament. Score Chasers is a tournament where people compete to get high scores in games submitted to the Ludum Dare. This includes things such as completing a game within the lowest amount of time. Why don't you say just speed running? It's such weird wording, but okay. Getting the most score in the game or other ways the game can be competed in. Yeah, so basically this is going to take place a week after on the next weekend, basically after the LD itself. You make a game. Oh, wait, it is 2 weeks later, right? Yeah, because we need to like play a bunch of games to select which ones are going to be played. Okay, so I think I just want to link to this thing. I think I'm just going to link to this thing. Okay. Let's go to this thing. And then have text commands over here. Oh, by the way, my window manager isn't Hyperland. This is GNOME. Editor, VS Code. I'm not using new. Oh wait, hold on. I'm using Helix. Okay, I use all of them. All right. Editor, all of them. Right. This. LD score chasers. For Linux users, there's a gracious P rebate. Sent. Huh? Okay, score chasers. And then I just put a link to this thing. Started on. Beans. Let me make the link to the farting game because I did a rebranding. The farting game is no longer the farting game, it's now the beans game. Beans of power. Okay. Okay, so I think this is all. And we commit and push this. Score chasers. Push. Is farting lost identity? No, it's just it doesn't have the word fart in it anymore, and the game doesn't smell as much. Because the default like thing is now an explosion instead of an actual like fart. The Beanie sounds even worse than before. I think it's like better, so it's going to be better for most people. It's not an actual fart anymore. Nix Flake lock update input TTV. Okay. And then we just do the switching again. So now it should now we can try and see if so right now this command, the score chasers, doesn't work, right? And once I do this and then refresh my browser, it should work. Can I alias it to LDSC? This is too late. This is too late. I'm too lazy to do this. I should make it like more... I don't know. It lives in a separate directory, in a separate repository. This so like I need to push to 2 repositories basically. make it change, which is a little bit annoying thing about the Nix, right? But at least it's reproducible. Include coffee. Okay, there you go. It has been restarted. That is why we have this error message. Now I just refresh it, and it just should work. Score chasers. There you go. And this link is the worst link ever, because it's not even clickable. Okay, fine. I guess I will make a change to this. I think there's yeah, over here we have the copy short link. if I do this one, then it's going to be that. Why does the Ludum Dare website has $signs in its URLs? Even this short link is not clickable because of the $sign. It is clickable for you, like entire thing? This is so annoying. Why is it clickable for you though? What browser are you using? Or are you like on the mobile? Maybe on mobile it's showing. And you can click it. If Firefox, I am on Firefox. Why is it not clickable for me? No idea. Maybe some plugin, maybe. Okay, so the Ludum Dare website is like literally the worst website ever created, I think. What a sculptor said to me. Um, hmm. Okay. Is there like
Hello
any
there.
other link shorteners? Link shortener, short URL at? Is this the one? Paste the URL to be shortened. Okay. I think I need to use something else then. Okay, this link. Shorten. Short URL. Okay, copy. Is this thing clickable? This thing is clickable. All right. Go. Let's change this. Projects TTV, Helix, text commands, configs, core chasers, LDSC. Core chasers. These are both going to be this short URL. Shorter for LDSC. You should have Rust generator for URLs, which include JavaScript, which generate the URL they redirect to. Actually, wait, what? Should have Rust generator for URLs which include JavaScript, which generate the URL they redirect to. Huh? Okay, if this is the thing that we can finally continue working on the paint. Finally can work on the paint. I need to do a history like undo redo probably. I did finish the saving and loading of files, but I think I also want to optimize it sometimes. Anyway, let's like actually be done with this first. Make a URL shortener that works like this. This. QRRB is a Ruby program that generates a Rust program that generates a Scala program that generates a Rex program that generates the original Ruby code again. So you want me to make a link shortener which makes it an infinite loop of redirections, or what? Connection closed F. Yeah, that's true. I need to refresh. All right. So now we have LDSC, right? Here's the... I should probably, like, since this link is short now, included some description there. Score chasers. Okay. Am I too lazy to change this again? Probably too lazy. Okay, fine. This is done. All right. Let me meet this stuff. Update TV and push this. All right. Nice. So now we can go into the Pork Paint. For the Pork Paint, I'm going to use the VS Code. That's it. That's enough of Helix. Yeah. By the way, Nerdsel, I have split the cargo gang from the gang repository. I made a separate repository for this one, so this should hopefully stop this 100% CPU right now that I'm having. It's because I'm compiling C++, right? That's right. Am I compiling C++ right now? Did I break all of your code actions? Did I? Wait, hold on. No, it's the Rust Analyzer. Oh wait, it's not 100% anymore. Anyway, so like the C++ dependencies was in the cargo gang. So now I can just remove this. And there is going to be no C++ compilation anymore, which is nice, right? I'm back in VS Code, huh? Okay, fine. Let's go back to Vim. Fine. I can try. Maybe the reason my Vim and Helix were always breaking is because I had C++ in my dependencies and now I don't. It's gonna change editor every 5 seconds. We need another editor. Like we are only using 3 now, right? The Helix, the Vim, and the VS Code. I should install something else, but I don't know what. What else would I install? The Labs. I installed Labs. Labs is too bad. I think it's not even usable. The Rust Rover. The Notepad. Is Notepad already usable? Where's the Notepad? Notepad on Google Play. Advanced note taking app. It's not the one. Are you doing it open source or no? Is your stuff open source? Are you on GitHub? Still private? Okay. Are you going to make it public? Anyway, guys, well, Coffee Lava is here trying to make the new Vim killer. I think you just started, right? Not bad Java. That doesn't sound like a hard thing to do. Okay. Okay, fine. We go to the Pork Paint. Do I want to rename this? I don't really like... I mean, Pork Paint is an okay name for this. Especially because my file extension is pp. But I don't know. Paint but Pork, yeah, sure. Let's see. What am I going to do here? CD projects Pork Paint. There you go. Cargo run. Just get rid of Vim, then remove Lua to destroy Neo, and you are left with a great editor. A Blend Ganger. Is Discord back yet? I think, I mean, I opened Discord and it worked, right? This looks like my I mean, yeah. Works. Okay, here's this POG Paint. We draw in 3D, and then we, I need to make the color selection better, right? This is one of the most important features. And we can save files. And we can load files. And okay. I have the issues listed of what I want to do, right? So yeah, better color choosers and undo redo is the undo redo and the plane groups. So that I can work basically on multiple things at the same time instead of like making them in separate files. Like if I want to model a character, right? I want to have a head that is going to be a separate object, and then like a hand that I'm going to move using code, right? So right now I only have, I'm working and exporting to one file, but I want to be able to work with multiple objects at the same time. That's not like super important. We don't have much time left because Ludum Dare is going to start soon. So what is the most high priority thing here? Probably the color chooser. I don't even think that undo redo is that important. I don't know which keys to use to change the plane colors, etc. Needs a readme. Okay, let's start actually with writing a readme then. Hold on. If I do a Vim, how do I preview my... Do you guys write readmes at all? If I make a readme MD, right? How do I preview this thing? Because in VS Code, I can just preview it. There's a plugin. But usually you just don't. All right. POG Paint 3D. Paint but POG. All right. You read only readmes. Okay, let's write about this then. Okay, so this is a Paint program that allows you to have 2D layers placed in 3D space. You usually just use a CLI tool, like the tool for previewing. What exactly are you using? The brain program that allows you to have 2D layers placed in 3D space. Basically that's it. Basically that's it. MDCat. This is MDCat. Show markdown documents in terminal. So like, can I just do readme? It just doesn't do anything? Why did it not do anything? Hello, Brainoid. MDCat readme MD. Is this how you use it? Fast to read. this from standard input instead. Colors, pagers. Don't know Nick stuff. I mean, this is literally, I'm just running it. I mean, this is basically me doing mdcat and readme md basically. Right? Nix is like Unix without the U.
Hello, CEO. You wanted to see me?
Why does it not do anything? I can like cat. Oh wait, hold on. I think I know why. It's because I didn't save this file, right? I need to save this file, and then I can do this. There you go. Fog Paint 3D. There you go. But this is in terminal. What if I had a GIF here? This would not work, right? If I want to have a like an image here, it will not show it in the terminal. Like how like not everything can be done in the terminal, right? I mean, some terminal emulators can show the images. Are you using the one that can? Can mdcat show images if you're using the terminal that can do that? It just means that my terminal is not good enough. mdcat features. Okay. What about a GIF? GIF. Issues. GIF. Pretty sure it cannot do GIF. But yeah, so Kitty the terminal. Maybe I should start using Kitty instead of Alacrity. Kitty sounds like a good thing. You use Kitty? Alright. What about the jump marks though? iTerm2 has the jump marks. This is like the so this means that this is the best terminal, right? What is the iTerm? Isn't the iTerm just for the Mac OS? That does amazing things. Okay. Has tabs and tiles. I also know that Kitty has the ligatures, and I don't have ligatures in Alacrity. Sucks. I like my ligatures. Wait, hold on. Can I have my screen shake in Kitty? Kitty terminal screen shake. Kitty. Can we have animation when I'm typing text? Power mode? No. Unfortunately. If you install the right font, you can get ligatures in Kitty. Yeah. The font that I'm using has the ligatures in it. And I also patched my font with the nerd fonts. It's the I'm using the JetBrains mono. Okay, hold on. You're using the Victor Mono? What is the Victor Mono? I don't think I heard about this one. Victor. The programming font. Open source monospace font with optional semi-connected cursive italics. Huh? I don't like this. I don't like this. It looks... I mean, it's funny, but I cannot even read this R. This does look like an R. Me. Why? I like this website though. Cool. You just use it for the ligatures. I'm using the JetBrains mono thing. Typeface for developers. The ligatures. Everything. I mean, this website is also pretty cool. I also heard that there was like the Intel font. Intel 1 mono. They don't have a cool website though, so I'm not using that. Yes. This one was released recently. I also think that this curly brace looks really ugly in this font. Do they have ligatures? No, they also don't have ligatures. Yeah, JetBrains mono is the best one, I think. Losiv K. Love it's IOSIF. Open source sans serif slab serif monospace. Was it proportional? The demo site. I don't know. How is this better than JetBrains mono? I think JetBrains mono is still the best one. You usually use the Fira code, not Fura code. It's called Fira code, right? I was using Fira code before the JetBrains mono was released, and then I moved to the JetBrains mono when they announced it. I think, or wait, hold on. I think I also used the source code font. Okay, anyway, what are we doing? We should stop being distracted. MDCAT, by the way, this doesn't work, so I'm going to not use Vim. Vim, bad. Officially, VS Code is better. There you go. Now we go into the bulk paint and work on this thing. We're trying to get Vesca installed. No, we're not. We're trying to write a README because look at this. Look how easy this is in VS Code. You just open the preview to the side and it just is here. You know, It's just better. Nix is broken. What is broken? Nix is not broken. How is Nix broken? There was nothing broken about the Nix though. I just tried doing the MD. No. It worked. The thing it didn't work originally because I was trying to do the to show the empty file because I didn't save it in my Vim. Simple things don't work. What things didn't work? I assumed that it didn't work, but it was my mistake because I didn't save the file. That's the only problem that we had, and also it's just easier here. Nix doesn't have this as a default font for everything, so clearly broken. Hours wasted trying to get Nix configuration works. Nix ever saves. I don't know. No. That's actually not true, I think. It's actually not true. Dora was nice. Arch was nice, but Nix, the only problem with Nix is the language, and when the error message, like when your Nix stuff has an error in there, it's hard to debug. That's the only problem. But I really like the fact that it is declarative and reproducible. It's easy to just have the exactly the same configuration on my laptop. I don't need to do the same stuff again to like remember all the commands that I did. I just have it in my file and that's it, right? You wasted like 10 hours and never got any hours back. I'm pretty sure that I had hours back because I didn't have to do stuff again. You just don't really like notice that you have saved some time, I think. It's like saying that like when you learn Rust, you waste a lot of time trying to learn the language, you know? Then you never got these hours back because you could instead just make your program in a different language that you already knew. Every single time I end up with Nix shell or env, and random things installed, and it can be found and it can be installed manually. I don't know. I do spend like too much time, I think, fighting the language, but maybe it's because I didn't write enough of the Nix language. It's probably the reason. Don't know broken. Are you talking to me? Oh, I know broken. I installed Ubuntu one time on this PC and it was broken immediately. Pretty sure no one knows Nix language, not even Nix parser. No, I think Nix language is easy. The problem is not the language, but the fact that it is like, I don't know, the fact that it is dynamic. Yeah. Well, I was already talking about this before. It's like Python. Writing Python is very annoying because like when you don't know the types, when everything is dynamic, you make a small typo and it's going to like be broken at runtime at a random point in time when the thing actually is being evaluated. I don't know. I don't like dynamically typed languages. Walk Paint 3D. This is the paint program that allows you to have 2D layers placed in 3D space. Alright. Broken is running Debian SID on M68K because there is no stable M68 distribution. I don't even know what M68K is. Motorola. running Linux on your phones? Or is this something else? Okay, guys, I need to be I need to be productive, right? I need to do something. Fog paint. Okay. Let me at least have a screenshot here. Kuviman, GitHub.io, fog paint. Okay. Exclamation mark! Don't read chat. Yeah, probably a useful command, especially like for LD, so that I don't get distracted when the Ludum Dare is actually happening, right? So that we actually get productive tomorrow, and just literally stop. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. D. D. And then O. And then G. Right? Okay. We'll just make a new one here. Just to Skizmo or something. Then we'll make a screenshot to put into the README. I just make this fog PNG. Then I move it into projects. Here. Here. Fog PNG. How do you do an image in this? You just do exclamation mark and then square brackets and then circle brackets, right? And do you do fog PNG here, right? There you go. Fog. Okay, paint program that paint allows you to have 2D layers facing space. Fog. All right. And then try it out. You can try the demo here. Let's make a link here to the pages. Man, github.io / fog paint. Right? And then see the controls here. For now, I'm just going to have a link here to the controls since you said that you don't know what to use. The controls here, data, keys, normal. I have a dedicated file here, right? So this is the thing. So save, Control S, load, Control O, palette is Q, first person F, switch plane tab, WASD, space C, Caps lock, brush, eraser, transform, peak, create. You have a precision control when you do the transformations or anything else. Decrease the brush size or make a specific brush size. Yeah, I guess that is it. Mm. Did you ask about the non-blocking leaderboard loading screen when you are done? You think I'm ever going to be done? This is very early prototype, but you can try the demo here. The controls here. All right, there you go. Readme. Fog. Readme is there. What is the question about the non-blocking leaderboard loading screen? Non-blocking leaderboard loading screen. Yes. Hold on. So we have GitHub Coolman. I only made it for the Juggle Mail, right? We go into the Juggle Mail source, the leaderboard, right? So this is an async function to submit, and that gets you the score. So you just, I mean, this is just a future, right? And you can literally just have a loading screen there. Completes after a single poll. Wait, what? Leaderboard future. Oh, okay, hold on. Here's what you can do, I think. Here's what you can do now. Let me try cargo dock, open package thing window. Wait, it's not opened? Huh? Here you go, the gang window, you can have a method that is called spawn, right? So you can spawn a future into the window because the window or the game window is actually being the executor of the futures, right? This gives you a task. Oh wait, hold on. This probably is future is out. Hold on. No, this is. If you were going to use the different states that I had before, there was the um there was the loading screen. You can have a loading screen, right? So you can create a loading screen state, right? That that has a future, and the state which shows the loading screen itself. If you want it to be like a separate state, that you can do that. Oh, okay. Loading screen works the same way. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, hold on. What is the question then? What is the question? Why is it that Fix Me completes after a single ball and takes a long time? Because this is a non-blocking thing, right? You're just polling your future. You don't understand why it doesn't stop on the first to wait or something? What is the future that they are creating here? Leaderboard future is sum this submit box local. Okay. What do you mean it doesn't stop the first to wait? There's no awaits here. What is the first to wait? I'm not sure what's your question. It executes to the very end. Well, it's poll in the future. When polled, um, well, it means that it's ready. Is your future create leaderboard? Let's see. Course leaderboard. Submit. Right? Is this the one? Okay, Jornet leaderboard with host and leaderboard. Lags the game for a second. Well, have you identified the thing that actually is the hanged the thing? Is load there. Have you identified the exact thing that is like slow? That is pausing? Which exactly? One of these. Maybe the implementation that I did was lazy. Is it only is it lagging on the native or on the web or on both? Both. Have you tried logging? Can't really tell by just looking at the code here, I think. Score is score send score with leaderboard Jornet. Jornet is what? Movieman Jornet. It goes through the whole future at the first ball. Oh, what exactly part of the future is executing for a long time though? Jornet. Does it matter? Well, you want to know what is blocking. Like the reason it's bad, it's like blocking like that. Like the async code should never like execute for a long time. Like a second is a long time for async stuff. Your polling should always like return fast. So like you need to identify the thing that is taking time inside this poll, right? And fix this. Maybe the implementation here was wrong. Like what is this HTTP post? What is HTTP? HTTP post. So I'm pretty sure that on the native build, over here, you can see the post, right? This there is no awaits here, which means that on the native build, this is actually the blocking API when I'm doing the web request. So this is the problem. This should be, this is not async basically, but I'm writing it as an async because I was lazy, I think, when I implemented this. So it should do the, not the microrec library, but like actually they request the async API so that, like, you know, it can be asynchronous. So that's the reason it's locking on the native build, but on the web build, I think it should be fine because I'm doing this, and then we are creating the JavaScript future using the fetch API in JavaScript. So I think this should be properly. Yeah, here's the await point. I think actually from what I'm looking at the source code here, the native build should be lagging when it's doing a web request, but the web build should be fine. Are you sure? Let's try Kuviman. No, not Kuviman. Nerdsel, close to light. I'm pretty sure like it was like rendering it. I think it's like fine here. Yeah, like while it is loading, I still see the animations on the screen. I'm pretty sure it's not broken. So it's broken only on the native builds, which is because on the native build, the implementation of this. So like you can try make a pull request to over here to make it like, yeah, this I'm using basically blocking API here. I think one of the ways to do this is just spawn a thread here and like do the spawn blocking stuff. Rust async blocking. Like I think this is the easy fix. Like I'm not using Tokyo though. Then you don't really care, I guess. Yeah, I think that's why I did it, because I didn't care. I wanted to test it on the native build, which is why like I did it so that it works. But then like just if we just wrap this in a spawn blocking, then it should be fine. Just need to find the crate that does the spawn blocking. It is in Tokyo, but I'm not using Tokyo, right? Should make an issue. I think like eventually we want to move from Jornet to our own implementation anyway. I'm not sure when this is going to happen, when I'm going to make... Brainoid also said that he wants a custom leaderboard solution because he doesn't like the Dreamload that they use. So we should actually make one. That's like easy. Yes, someone should do it together. All right. Let's see. Let's see. 3D. Okay. The README is there. Can we finally start doing actual work? Is it the time that we actually do the work? Okay. Better color chooser, I think, is the priority, right? So what should my color chooser be? What it should look like? What should this thing look like? I think I just draw this thing. So this is the saturation and the value, and then the hue is like this thing. All right. I think I literally just do this. Source. Palette. Okay, let's see. So we have the wheels, by the way. I want to be able to modify the palette. Do I? Or do I make it completely a separate thing? Color wheel. Well, actually, we have the color wheel here. Is that where we can choose the hue? Paint.net. How about I actually do it this way? Is this one better? In Paint.net, you have this circle instead of a rectangle for your color chooser. Like in the middle, it's white, and on the edges, it is just the color. This is the hue wheel, right? Um, Wait, but how do you select the black color then, or like gray? In this one, I don't even remember. You don't like this circle like this in the paint.net? What is the best color chooser? Color chooser. Here's the one in EGUI. I'm not going to be able to do the EGUI fast, but here's the color picker in EGUI, right? So you have this like square, and then you have the hue, and then you have the transparency, right? I think this is not bad. But it does not it is not a width, so it should be like a completely separate thing then. Let's see. I think I'm just going to delete this one completely and replace it with something else. Color. No longer a color wheel. All. Let's just do here struct color chooser, right? Color chooser. The chooser is going to be I think it's just going to be handle event. Going to be drawn. And I think that's technically all I need. I'll just draw it in the middle of the screen. And that's it. I think. And I'll just make something ugly here that works quickly. Then eventually, maybe we make a more generic solution. I don't know. Okay, let's do this. Interact as interact. Yeah. So we're either interacting with the hue or like the main thing or with nothing. Okay. There you go. Interact with nothing by default. All right. So when we are, it's going to be like, let's have the camera here. Camera 2D. So Brooke Zerker. Hello, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? I am working on a little paint program. I'm not sure if I have shown it to you before, but you can see the readme over here. It's basically a paint program that makes me it makes it possible to do my paint art in 3D. So yeah, I didn't really work on it too much, but technically it is working. But right now I want to add some the most important feature that I'm going to work on right now is the color chooser, because the color chooser is very bad right now. I don't have undo redo, which is going to be the next thing after I finish this, but I'm not sure if how much I can do today. Tomorrow is the Ludum Dare, so tomorrow I'm supposed to already be using this thing for the game jam. So tomorrow I'm going to make a game for the Ludum Dare. Tomorrow and the day after, it's going to be a game jam. I'm going to, for the compo, 48-hour deadline, solo from scratch. This is what is going to happen tomorrow. The theme is going to be revealed, and we're going to start actually making a game. How was your stream anyway? Welcome to the Ludum Dare 54. COVID. The for a lesson for SQLX, Postgres, and Rust. How do you like SQLX? Because the last time I tried SQLX, I didn't. There was something that I didn't like. I think it's because I was trying to basically use the any connection instead of like using a specific database. I was trying to make a program that works with both SQLite and MySQL, and they're like different, obviously. And I couldn't make it work with both. But if you are just choosing one specific database, then it's probably fine. But last time I worked with Postgres, I was using the Tokyo Postgres directly without the SQLX, because my experience with SQLX was I did something wrong. I was just using this basically, but then I ended up generating some of this stuff from my Rust code manually. In SQLX, you can like derive a from SQL row or something, right? Remember? But I had to write those derives myself. Good so far, but yes, you're using only Postgres, so fairly simple. Yes. So I'm going to make the ugliest color chooser ever. And I'm just starting here to make the color chooser. So it's going to look like the one in the IGUI, like this one, but a little simpler actually. We only are going to have a square like this where we can show this, we can change the saturation basically. This is the horizontal axis is the saturation, the vertical axis is the lightness, I guess, or like the value in HSV. And select the hue using this thing. I don't want to have transparency. That's it. I'm just going to draw this thing in the middle of the screen and handle the interactions with the mouse. All right. So let's see. Let's start with drawing, right? How was I doing this before? How am I going to do this now? Ugly draw in buffer. So I will need to have a shader, self context, assets, shaders. You will. I think I just need the. So how is this area even called in your color chooser? This is the saturation value widget, I guess. Saturation value. I guess that's just what I'm going to call it, the saturation value. Okay. Triangle mode angle pan using a quad. Called draw parameters. Any other uniforms that I need? I think I don't even need any other uniforms. Okay, so we need to make this shader, the saturation value shader, and also the and also the hue. Okay. Here's my shaders, color whatever. We make saturation value. Okay, let's see. I need the position, projection matrix, matrix transform. I will have this, that. Okay. Fragment shader. Oh, wait. So for the saturation value, I need to know the hue. So it's going to be uniform float hue. Okay, this is not a wheel, this is just a square now. We say that flag color is going to be HSV. I actually just want V, right? We already have this. Fine, whatever. So the hue is already specified. The saturation is the horizontal one. So it's going to be VPOS dot X. This UV is this multiplied by 0.5 minus 0.5. Will be still here, HSV. You like HSV or HSL? Or something else? I think I actually want to, out of those that I have seen, the OCLAB is the best one. But yeah. Comparing OCLAB to HSV. Here's an OCLAB color gradient, right? And this is the HSV color gradient. You can see this looks much smoother. Ludum dare hype. Are you going to participate? Did you downvote the folklore? I hope you did. I didn't mind folklore. But there are better themes there, right? So how about you still downvoted? Okay, anyway, let's start with HS. Then I can go to OCLAB later. There's like 5 themes that were too similar to older themes though. Yeah, I know, like Stuck in a Loop was there before, and then there's Break the Cycle or something this time, right? And there was that's the one I remember. There are other things. Underground is basically deeper and deeper. Overgrown is basically the harvest, right? Strange Machines is basically Ancient Machines. I don't think I have seen the Ancient Machines. I guess I am not that ancient myself that I have not seen that theme. When was the Ancient Machines? My first LD was LD 44, I think. This one, 44. Yeah. LD 30, I was not there then. What languages are you all using? Rust. Crab. English? Do your 19th one? Where's your profile? AC Monkey. See. Delivery boy. Wait, isn't delivery the theme for the latest LD? Oh, so like, wait, hold on. So Ludum Dare 30 was on the old website. I didn't even see the old website, I think. Yeah. I don't remember this game. Did I play your games? Oh, I remember this one. When we were shooting in these guys. Yep, you hated it. Oh, I hated my own game that we made last time. So we did a game jam like a week ago or something, right? Which was for the other game jam, not for the LD. This one, I hate this one too. It's okay, but every game is good. That music though. You like the music, or you hate the music? How do I get the invite code? I think it's on the Twitter, on the Ludum Dare. I think it's literally on this post. Welcome to Ludum Dare. If you just look here, just go on the twitter.com/ludumdare, and there's the invite code in the pinned post. So previously you didn't need the invite code, but now you do, because this website has seen a lot of spam from the bots on the front page here. It was so bad that they decided to... Yeah, bad website is bad. So that's the solution, basically, that they came up with. Okay. Track color HSLA. Okay, the UV. So X and Y is going to be the saturation and the lightness, and then the alpha is going to be 1, because it doesn't matter. The other uniforms I don't need. That is for newer accounts only. Well, yeah, it's just if you want to register. But I think that's like, I think it's a problem, but like a lot of people, they're literally not going to find the invite code. And because of that, a lot of the new people are literally not going to participate in the LD like they could before, because they will just not... they will be too lazy to register on the website, because it's like a quest finding out how to finding out what the invite code is. We'll look at the LD Jam website. Is there like the statistics, right? There's statistics. Where is the statistics? Ludum Dare stats. Ludum Dare 53. So let's see. On the LD 53, there was 2,000 submissions. The Ludum Dare 52, there was even less. Huh. Okay. 52 was the one in the winter though, right? On the new year. So that one was weird. 51 was 2,500. 50. 3,000. 49. 3,000. I think it's like the numbers, they are going down, and I'm interested to see. Well, I guess it's pretty much all the same. Well, on Ludum Dare 48, it was 4,000. The website is basically someone's gem game? Yeah, that's what I feel like too. No. It's like pretty much the same number. Why is the number always the same? Is it because all of the same people always participate in this one? If there was like a stat, how many new people are there every LD? It would be interesting to see. Compared to like the people who have participated multiple times. Probably higher during COVID. Was LD 48? Was it also this thing over here is supposed to show the live streams that are currently happening. This is still broken for how long? For like a year now already, I think. This always is this is like stuck showing Adam, even though Adam is probably not even streaming right now. Yeah, Adam is not even streaming. Okay, the three dots, they do work. Okay, there you go. Team is preparing for the LD, making C++ physics engine. I guess improving his engine, right? Sean. It's no drama. I don't know who this is. Alright, anyway. Well, he updated the backend framework, so it's magic that we got this site working right now. Are you saying that like it's a miracle that the website is working at all? Yeah, I mean, if the website was not working, it would be worse, I guess. Nice. Okay. Let me make a little more progress here. Wheel color, I don't want that. Just LA, yeah, sure. UV, this. Matrix. Yeah, I think this is it. This is it. This is all the shader that we need for the saturation and the value. And then we also need the hue. And for the hue, it's going to be in the UV. So the hue is not the uniform here, but it is the X here, and then vertically we don't care. The saturation is going to be 1, and the lightness is going to be 0.5. All right, so this is the hue, this is the saturation value shaders, and then why is this red? Because I don't need the RCs here. You know what? I'm just going to wrap those in the RCs anyway, because why not? And then we have this thing, and we can draw, right? So I will draw this, and then I will also draw some other thing. Okay. So I will need some more uniforms here, actually. So for this saturation value, I will need the hue to be set to the current hue. Can I join Game Maker Gem and not use Game Maker? Game Maker Gem is the GMTK, right? GMTK is the Game Maker, right? Game Maker Toolkit Gem, GMTK. Yes, you can join it and not use Game Maker. Yes. Game Maker Gem is GMTK, I'm pretty sure. and they are now bigger. They used to run the same time LD did. I did that one. You hated my game. That's the second person that said that I hate their game. Yes, I'm a hater. I'm sorry, guys. I even hated my own game. There's still a lot of LD people. I think it's going to be more just because like the only reason I think LD is better than LDTK is like the community of Ludum Dare. I don't know. I don't feel the same vibes during GMTK for whatever reason. You okay? What is the hue? Hold on. I can't even like. I can't even. Okay, fine. I think I need the color here to be specified in the beginning. HSLA color. Hue is going to be self color hue. Okay, there you go. This is what we need here, and then for the hue, we don't need this uniform, but I think I still need the transform to be something. Let's do this self hue transform. Over here, it's going to be saturation value transform. Means that these things need to have this too. Okay, so I will just use the matrices to place them on a specific position. For example, the saturation value transform I think is actually going to be just identity. Then the hue transform is going to be I'm going to scale vertically by I don't know 0.1 whatever, and then also translate vertically by 1, so it's going to be above the saturation value thing. Okay. Okay, this is it. This is done. Okay, should this be part of the game itself, or like I can only change the color of a brush, right? Okay, whatever. Let me just do over here. Color chooser is going to be an optional color chooser. Okay, I'm going to rename this into the chooser like that. Okay, so originally the color chooser is nothing, and then inside the keys, I'm going to say color chooser is I don't know, say Z. color chooser, a keybind, okay, and then game maker gem is only game maker people. Wait, are you saying? Wait, hold on. Game maker gem is a different one. Game maker gem. Are you saying about this one, GM48? Because I thought the game maker toolkit is this one. Game makers gem is not only for game making people. Over here it says what can I make my game in? Anything, provided you can upload a file. Doesn't require any additional software. Game maker and GMTK are two different things, but this is like game maker. Or are you saying game maker toolkit and game maker are different things? Game maker is an engine, but game maker toolkit is is game maker toolkit a different engine? GMTK is a guy. Wait, no, GMTK is hosted by Game Maker Toolkit. It's not a guy. GMTK is literally Game Maker Toolkit gem. That's what it's called. It's a guy who is the creator of the Game Maker Toolkit. YouTube. GMTK. It's called Game Maker's Toolkit. GMTK. He's a guy that made GMTK, right? I don't remember the name. Game Maker. The Game Maker is a different one. Game Maker is not GMTK. It's not Game Maker Toolkit. So they're literally having the same name, but they're different. The other one only has the toolkit. What? Game Maker versus Game Maker Toolkit. Yes, they are different. GMTK started out on YouTube. Why is it? Okay. Oh. Okay, fine. I always thought it was an engine. Like, it was like connected. This guy was the creator of the Game Maker. And I thought Game Maker is the same. Alright, well, today I learned, I guess. Okay, color chooser, we have a keybind inside the main here. I'm going to say that if keys color chooser matches the event, then self color chooser is some chooser new. Okay. So what is the color though? What is the color then? I think we just show the white color, whatever. If annotations needed. Sure. Okay, so we have the color chooser. And then gets over here. If self color chooser is none, then self color chooser is none. Okay, so we can like switch it off. Okay. Then I'm going to say that if chooser is color chooser, then chooser event. Okay, there you go. There you go. And then in draw, I'm going to do the same. If I have a chooser, chooser draw the frame buffer. Okay, so this should be good enough. We should be able to see it on the screen, but hello, Edagon. What are you doing? My shader is not compiling. No matching function to call HSLA float vec2. Okay. This is in the over here. X U E Y. It. Okay, so I press the Z button and we have this color chooser. Look at this. We have a color chooser on the screen. All right. Now I need to make it interactable. It is ugly, but it's going to work, so it doesn't really matter. As you can see, Edagon, I'm making my own paint program that will allow me to draw in 3D. You didn't see this yet. Okay, so I need to be able to interact with it. Let's see. Let's. What do we do about the palette? The palette is like the wheel. All right. Chooser handle event. I think I need to pass the self state here so that I can modify the tool. Okay, let's see. So basically, if event, I'm going to match here. It's a mouse press, mouse button left, then something. Actually, you know, I think this is the only one, so I'm going to replace it with a knee flat. All right. Okay, so when we're pressing the left mouse button, I'm going to choose the thing. Oh, actually, hold on. If this or okay, wait, hold on. If event is equal to this one, or event for matches, event to cursor move, and self context window is button pressed, mouse button left. Okay. Ugly, but whatever. Whatever. With parentheses. All right. It's a lot of typing. Yeah. I don't think it matters. but it is. You're glad you don't use Rust. Well, I'm glad I use Rust because the thing is the number of letters that you type doesn't matter. But I can improve the API here, basically. So that I'm using my own custom engine. So the problem is not the Rust here, right? Also, I can use some things like instead of doing gang mouse button left, I can just do left. If I make an import, right? I can just do this. If I make an import. The one thing I like about Rust is using threads. What you don't like about Rust? The number of things that you type. I think the reason I like Rust is because it like I said, the number of characters that you type doesn't matter, and also these characters they have a meaning behind them. They are there for a reason, and they're like this is the things that you cannot even specify in your other programming languages, which makes it less reliable that your code is going to work because like you're basically encoding more information. You're giving more information to the compiler by writing more stuff in Rust. It makes it like that I am more confident in my code. The Rust itself, you don't like Rust itself? Coffee Lava is writing C++. We can talk about Rust versus C++, obviously. How often do you debug a segmentation fault? Or maybe you never do that because you're a good programmer. So maybe I'm just a bad programmer, that's why Rust is better for me. And for those like 5-head programmers like Coffee Lava, they never make a mistake in the code. C++ is better because like they can just hold the entire program in their head. They remember every single line that they have typed before, so they don't need to rely on the compiler, right? Is that the... Oh, 50% of the time you are debugging the seg faults. All right. Okay. Maybe I was wrong then. All right. So that's the reason why I use Rust, because I don't need to debug seg faults. This is literally the worst thing that I have ever experienced. I'm never going to C++. Otherwise, there are a lot of like there are some things in C++ that I like more than in Rust. Yeah. But overall, like the advantages of Rust, they are much like better than the advantages of C++ over Rust. And like the same thing can be said about if I compare Rust versus Haskell, for example. Like there are things in Haskell that I want to be present in Rust, but they're not. Using Rust in Godot is painful. Everything is wrapped in non-safe scopes. Well, yeah, that's what I heard. If you are using Godot, it's probably better to not use Rust, but use the GD script directly, right? It's the same. By the way, thank you for the Prime, Felipiornels. GD script cannot scale well. Well, I think if you are using if you actually tried using Godot with Rust, then I think what you should do is you should make your own abstraction then on top of the Godot API that they give you, because as far as I understand, the API that they give you is basically the C API, so and it's not Rusty, which is why it doesn't feel that well. So until they create an actual Rusty API, you need to make your own abstraction on top of that. Like I'm working with OpenGL here, right? I'm working with OpenGL here, but I'm not working with OpenGL directly. I'm not writing an unsafe every time I'm calling into OpenGL, because I make an abstraction on top of OpenGL, which is like safer and Rusty. I don't know how you took that seriously for 50% part. Most of the time I'm dealing with my own bugged logic. Well. True. But yeah. Yeah. C++ is good. All right. But last time I worked with C++, um, like the thing that I did is I literally spent like 1,000 hours in the what is it called? The Valgrind, trying to find the memory leaks and double freeze and shit like that. When I was using Java, 50% of the bugs were the null pointer exception bugs. So it's like similar. I think I'm just a bad programmer. So I need my programming language to assist me, you know? Java, right? Once debug everywhere. Uh, it's funny. Hello, Jerem. Thank you for the raid. As you can see, I'm making my own paint here, guys. That's what it looks like. Jerry raid. By the way, Jerem, I made this this thing into an emote thing that you sent. This looks very nice. Thank you for this. Are you guys excited about the LD? Are you ready for the for the for the folklore to be the theme, Jerem? Okay, anyway, so over here we have this. This is pressed, and now I need to figure out where exactly I have pressed, right? I have these matrices, so I need to convert those into the local coordinates. Okay. Let's see. Floor never gets picked. I think it has a good chance, but I think I'm happy that it never gets picked, actually. What do you think about Bevy? The game that I'm working on, like my main project right now, is Linksider. This game, if you have seen it, I made it for the Bevy Jam originally. We did win the Bevy Jam. So I tried Bevy, and then we have rewritten it back into my own custom engine because I think it's easier this way. I don't like it. Bevy is the short answer, I guess. I'm excited to see what Jerem plays from LD. I can't wait for the play and rate. I'm not even sure if I am too excited to make a new game for LD as much as I am excited to just play other people's games. Because literally, if I make something good again, then I'm going to like this has been a problem, you know. I have made this Linksider game, right, which is my main project now, and also the farting game that I was trying to make into a full game, and I need to go back to. And if I make another good game, then I will like want to turn another game into a full game, and it's just going to be too many projects that I cannot like finish in my lifetime. And now I also have this Pock Paint 3D that I probably also never going to finish. But yeah, starting. We're basically gonna chill this time around, not be serious. yeah. I mean, I think I ever was serious for LD. I'm literally using paint for my art. But yeah, gems are there to just to have fun and maybe test a new idea that you have in mind. So for this game jam, my idea is that I want to try to do a 3D paint for my art. That's the whole thing. That's the only thing that I want to test. And also probably want to make an MMO like previously. So it's going to be a little bit of a multiplayer, but I'm not sure about the themes that I have seen. What genre for the MMO? Whatever fits the theme, I guess. But I'm not sure what is going to fit the theme. An MMO, that sounds like a very big scope. Well, we say MMO because it sounds good, but it's just the multiplayer, right? Paints needs a keyframe animation system. It's literally listed in my issue list. Yes, animations. I want to have object hierarchy. So like it's basically going to turn into a Blender at some point, I think. But if I continue working at the same speed as I'm working today and yesterday, like this is never going to be finished. I think I need to like stop streaming to actually make progress. Or to not read chat, or yeah. I don't know. Now what needs to happen so that I start writing code faster. I have pressed a button. Okay. Let's see. Position. Matrix. Optional. Okay. Let's see. So I say if let some position is a position of self-saturation value transform, then I say that self-color saturation is position X and self-color lightness is position Y. Okay, so basically this means that if I am hovering over the saturation value like square, then I'm going to change the saturation and the I literally say that it is value, but it is lightness. Let's call it saturation lightness. Okay. And then if I am hovering and I'm pressing over the hue transform, then we're changing the hue. Only the X position is mapped. Okay, so now we have this position on the screen in the form of a matrix, and I want to figure out if we're inside there. So it's literally just going to be matrix. I want to inverse this matrix and multiply this by the cursor position. And if this contains the position, then we return the 0 by 0.5 minus 5. Okay. Then we need to figure out what is the cursor position. So cursor position is going to be self window cursor position. It's going to unwrap this. Then I need to convert this into the local coordinates of the camera. It's going to be self camera screen to world. For that, I need to know the window size. Then we do this. This is the cursor position in the camera cord. And over here, the 3x3 matrix, which needs to be multiplied by a three-dimensional vector. So we use the homogeneous coordinates here, like this. Okay. Lol, at that method chaining. What's wrong here? We have the window, we get our cursor position. Cursor position may not be present in case there is no mouse. So for example, on the like the reason for this one is because like on a phone, for example, there is no cursor. You can only use the touch screen. So the cursor position is not there. But for my use case, I'm going to use the mouse. So I'm kind of like unwrap this here, and then this is in a different type. So I need to convert the type to be a floating point 32-bit. But yeah, just getting PTSD from your old Java days. Java problem was not though the fact that it was verbose, right? I know that a lot of people hated Java for its verbosity, but that's not actually the problem with Java. I think the verbosity, the syntax is literally the thing that doesn't matter. In my opinion. Like, almost doesn't matter. Okay, so here's the position and I'm changing the color, right? And I want to be able to show the currently selected color. So this means that in addition to these two things, I want to also draw another thing, which is the current color. Where do I draw the current color? Where do I draw the current color? Probably just above everything. No idea. Current color transform scale uniform 0.1 and wait, let's make it 0 1, something like this. Something like this. Probably work. Okay, let's see. I should be able to like click on my screen now and change the color. Okay, here's our thing. Then I press Z. We have this color chooser, and it doesn't work. My color is black. Nice. Wait, hold on. I think, hold on. My color actually is working. Look at this. I can choose the hue, change the hue. It just looks that the. I'm also not supposed to like be drawing in the background when I'm interacting with this thing. But changing up the hue works. But this thing is always black for some reason. update its color. But I'm using my own color to draw this. So it's like this is the color that I'm drawing in this little square at the top, which is literally like the current color. So it looks like my lightness is like 0, because like black color means that lightness is 0, right? Let's try debugging this. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. I see the problem. I see the problem. My transformation here is wrong. Yeah. So I multiply, and then I need to add. I am subtracting, but I need to add. So the point here in the local coordinates of this matrix is like the value from -1 to 1, and then over here I'm basically converting the value from -1 to 1 to 0 and 1. And because it was a minus, it was converted to a value between -1 and 0, which means that it was always black, basically. So this is going to fix it. This is going to fix it. Okay, and then also handle event. I'm going to say here. I'm going to say return. I'm going to say return. And I'm going to say here that state wait, hold on. I need to change my tool, right? So the tool belt, okay. And hold on. Color chooser, handle. Maybe I should just return the color here. Option. Let me just do this. This, and then I say that if some color has been chosen, then I'm going to say that our tool switch primary tool to the tool brush, tools brush. And this is the color. So I'm actually going to choose the color, right? Arguments to this method are incorrect. What do you mean? Primary. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to change the tool, and also because I did a return here, it means that I'm not going to draw in the background at the same time as doing the color choose, which means that I'm going to ignore everything. Okay, whatever. I don't like the way my code works, right? But whatever. Whatever. Tomorrow, my code is going to be even like 10 times worse, because we're going to speed run the code, obviously. Okay. Nice. I pressed Z and I literally just crashed. Because it should not be a return. it should be a continue because I'm in a loop here. That thing also is wrong because I need to continue only if it's not. I still need to do the rendering. Only continue all the other events. It's so ugly. Okay. But I'm not going to think too much about how to structure the code better here. Okay. So now I can choose the color properly, right? And so here's my blue color. Then I go here, I draw it with blue, and then I select the red color, the pink color over here. And then I draw with this. Okay, there you go. It's a little still wrong because if I change my my brush size, for example, to be this big, then I go into the color chooser and I select the red color, then my brush size is going to be reset, which is annoying, but I don't really care too much. I'm pretty sure that when working tomorrow, I'm always going to just use this default brush size, and if the default brush size I want it to be different, I can just change it in the config file. Also, I have this palette where I can do the predefined colors. Okay. So there you go. Okay, guys, what do we want to draw? Let's try drawing something. Any ideas what to draw? Like, just to try and test this thing. What should I draw? Something very simple and stupid. A chicken. No, I'm going to draw a chicken. Not a flower, alright? Okay, a chicken. How do we draw a chicken? Let's see. This is the horizontal plane, right? And I want to instead be drawn on a vertical plane, so I'm going to create a new plane, which is a vertical. So I draw on this one. I draw on this one. So the hold on. It's going to be a chicken first. So a chicken. How do we draw a chicken? We do the legs, right? We do the legs. So here are the legs. Hold on. I need to think about it because we're drawing with planes. I don't think I want my objects to actually have any volume to them. Let's start with a mushroom actually. I think the mushroom is going to be something like this. The mushroom is going to be let's see. Let's do this one. So this is going to be the body of the mushroom, and then I'm going to do just like in Minecraft. I think I'm just going to have this thing so that it appears like it has volume when I'm looking at it from all the different angles, you know? So it's just like in Minecraft, like this thing. And then I'm also going to create this thing at the top, right? Which is going to be the cap of this mushroom, which is going to be like this color, maybe, I don't know. So it's going to be like this. So this is the cap of the mushroom, and then some white spots on it. There you go. And probably this thing needs to be like deleted at the top. Okay, there you go. So this does this look like a mushroom to you? I guess this kind of looks like a mushroom a little bit. But yeah, as you can see in this application, we are not supposed to have. Needs some depth. So the reason I'm doing this is because I am not an artist and I want to be able to quickly make art for my game tomorrow, which is going to be the Ludum Dare, right? So I need to not think about it too much. So I'm going to do the paint art like I do usually, but I want it to be in 3D because have I tried 3D to pixel art? What exactly? Can you link something? You can create objects in 3D and translate it to 2D. I want to do this the other way around though. I want to make my game 3D. I don't I think I know what you're talking about. And I don't want it. Like I don't think I can create models in Blender very quickly, but over here this mushroom was created in like 5 seconds, right? And this is what I want. I want my art literally to be created in 10 seconds. I'm not doing a perfect shape or anything. This is how it's going to look like in the game, the mushroom, if I make a mushroom. And yeah, because of this style, I'm not going to have any depth in my things. So it's going to be like in Minecraft, basically. But in Minecraft, you still can have blocks. I mean, I can make blocks like in Minecraft here. But I think so that it's easier for myself, I'm going to restrict myself to objects that don't actually have the depth to them. So let's try with the chicken. Like, so for the chicken, the body is still going to be like, I actually think that for most of the things, it's literally just going to be something like this. You know, like I'm just literally drawing a sprite in 3D. You know, how do you even draw a chicken? Is this a chicken? Or is this a duck? Hold on, how does a chicken work even? It's been a long time since I drew a chicken. Since I have seen a chicken. Is this a chicken? Does this look like a chicken? I'm not sure. I guess looks chicken enough for me. Alright, so how do we make this better from all the different angles? I think one of the things that I can do is... let me try doing something different here. Perfect chicken. Well, it's not too bad, but let me try doing something different here. So instead of this, I'm going to make the head like over here. Over here, this is going to be the head of a chicken, right? And then the mouth is going to be like over here, right? This is going to be the mouth, all right? Like, is this going to be better if I try to do it like that? I need to make it look connected though. So yeah, and making this connected is going to be not too hard. So now it's like it has a little more shape in 3D, right? But like the head is still going to probably be like this. I guess I can make a little more shape to the head by making it part of this thing too. But the face is going to be on this thing. Is this going to be too ugly? I don't know. And actually no. How do I make this look better? Okay, and then we draw an eye here and an eye here, and then I put closer. Like this. Okay. So that the eyes, they are like on a separate layer like this. This is what I can do. I'm like inventing a new art style. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here. That's what I'm trying to do here, kind of. Okay, I guess I can, like, since this is a chicken, the chickens, they probably, like, have the wings, right? So we do, like, something like this. Is this how the chicken's wings look like? I think. Maybe, I don't know. It's been I don't know. Maybe I should, when drawing something, I should, like, look at the... I should look at the references. But yeah. Does this look chicken enough? I think we can draw part of the mouth like over here also to make it look better from the front. This is so ugly. I love it. Alright, you know what? If it ain't bad, you could also leave it disconnected. I think it's not too bad, right? I think it's not too bad. I mean, we're not trying to make it look perfect. We want it to look like bad. Like it's like that's how I've been doing my art in my games. It's basically bad art on purpose. That chicken looks still delicious. Okay, and then the legs probably I can make it instead on a different plane too, so that they are there's a little like more variety here. So the chicken leg is going to be like this, I don't know, and then this. I don't know. Does this look like chicken hands? Legs? I don't know. Maybe with a reference I could do a better job. You made that very quickly. But that is the entire purpose, right? I don't think I can make anything that looks like similar to this ugly quickly enough in Blender. Like the thing that I'm going to make in Blender is going to look much worse than this. So I think I'm happy enough with what we have here. I guess I can like make some more variety here by doing this. Maybe like, you know, making these things, you know. Yes, something even lighter could be here. Why do I have the outline for this? I'm not supposed to have the outline. Yeah. Some more details like this, so it looks like feathers, I guess. You know? Like this. Add a little bit more details, it looks already a little better, right? But yeah, the idea is that I don't actually want to spend much time working on my art here. Well, that was a bad decision. Do this here. Okay. Paint tool in Blender could be an option too. Yeah, probably. You probably can have the same workflow in Blender itself. But I don't know. It's also just fun making something of my own. So I'm going to make that bird poop folklore. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right. Let's try drawing a poop. Okay. Poop, poop, poop. This is the color of the poop, right? Okay. There you go. There's this thing, and then we do another one like this. Then we do the one like this. Oh shit, I guess I cannot, like I need a color picker. I need a color picker so that I continue drawing with the same color. I need a color picker tool for sure. Okay, there you go. Does this look like a poop? I guess this kind of looks like a poop a little bit. This is the color of the poop of the eating beetroot. I guess it's a little too red. True. Well, anyway, you get the idea. I also don't have the fill tool, right? I also don't have the fill tool. And an eyedropper. I think the the color picker, so that I can like continue working with the same color that I already have on the model, is going to be nice. So basically, I can create my own palette in a different object somewhere that I can just click on to select the color. Just make it remember the color when you change the tools. I think it's easier to be able to pick, because even if I remember, like I want sometimes to like the eyedropper is more generic tool than the remembering of the color, because I need to remember a bunch of colors, right? Like over here, I drawn this poop, and then I want to go back to the chicken and like continue drawing with this gray color, but I don't have it saved anywhere. Let's save this as chicken poop .pp. Okay. This thing has been saved. Do not have to pick the color every time you change something. Yeah. I think the eyedropper is going to be very easy. Anyway, what did I do? Color chooser. Those number. Fun. I also want to have the example. Let's create a folder called models. This is the chicken poop. I'm going to commit this to the repository. The chooser. This is the H4. It's better than nothing, but I mean, eventually, if I want to, like, if it proves to be like an art style that I want to use more later, then I will try to improve this application. But for now, it's just whatever. Okay, it's going to create another tool, which is going to be color picker, right? Color picker. Go. Color picker. This is going to be a tool, so okay, my tools can actually not. Don't have the API here. Change the color currently. Maybe the color should be part of the state, and then when I go back into the brush, it will go into the color. So if I make, like, the color right now is part of the tool, not part of the application state, is the problem. Wait, is that your software? Yeah, that's what I'm creating here for myself. I tried at some point using Blender to make like my own like stupid art quickly in there, and I don't know, maybe with enough practice I can do something fast in Blender, but I want something as easy as MS Paint, literally, but for making 3D, right? And that's why I'm making this, and I'm going to try using this on the LD that is going to start tomorrow. Does it export 3D models? I made it export my own file format but I can make it export into an existing file format if we wanted to. But am I going to add undo? I really need undo. Wait, do you want to use it to yourself? Okay. Undo is on the list of the things to do. I think I can add it today, like the ugly version of the undo. But yeah. FBX. I think if I would make an exporter, it would be either an OBG, like a simple format of OBG, or a GLTF or GLB. FBX is like not an open format from what I understand. GLTF is a like more modern alternative. If we want to have animations there also eventually, like, you've been playing it with it, posted a thing on the Discord server. Okay, let's see some other people's art here. Fog paint, nice. Nice. But this is just text, right? Obviously we don't want just text. Text is easy. Over here you try to do what? Well, what is even drawn here? I don't really understand what you tried to do here. think you just moved your mouse randomly. Do we have a release on GitHub? Yeah, sure. It's actually like everything I push. We have the GitHub Actions set up. I'm publishing this to the GitHub pages. I added a README today. Not all the we're relying on the keybinds right now. The all the things are pretty bad here, but you can try it out. It's over here. Did I have did I add this thing? No, I did not. So here's the link. And yeah, you can just try the demo in the browser. So this works in the browser too, right? So you can just draw it here and then do all kind of things. And I think I can even load this thing into the browser because saving and loading files also works in the browser, I think, the way I did it. Projects, paint, equals chicken poop. Oh, there you go. We have chicken poop in the browser. But there are some things that don't work here, as you can see. What the fuck? All right. Yeah. There are some dependencies you might have to download. You didn't have all the libs you have. Yeah. But if you use Nix, I don't think a lot of people use Nix here. But if you use Nix, you can just do Nix run GitHub movieman / paint, right? You can literally just do this, and it will just run it in your Nix. You can use Nix package manager. Wait, hold on. Actually, this is broken, so probably not. Failed to build. Okay, I need to fix it. But this is how it's supposed to work. You should be able to just use the Nix run. If you use the Nix package manager, you can use Nix package manager in your Fedora too, if you are using Fedora, CodeMonkey, by the way. You can use Nix. You don't need to use Nix OS. You can use Nix in Fedora, I'm pretty sure. In any Linux distribution. It's like using Docker in any Linux. But yeah. Yeah, or you can just do cargo install. No, not cargo install, I guess. You can just clone it and compile it yourself, basically. I should make a binary release. One thing that is the problem on the web version is the sensitivity of the camera movement for some reason is very low. Yeah, I'm not going to use the thing myself. Alt scroll, increase brush size. It's plus and minus right now, or it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's what I'm going to use. But I think probably myself, I'm going to just use this default brush size. I don't really need to be able to change the brush size myself. I don't have time to mess with it. More like I don't have the desire to mess with Nix. Yeah, sure. Sure. What are the dependencies that you need to install though? Because the dependencies that I have are OpenGL. For Linux, it would be the ALSA, I think, for the audio, and the UDEV for the gamepad. Even although I'm not really using the gamepad support here, it's done using my dimension, and it's still linking to that library. I think those are the only 3 libraries that you need to have installed. ALSA and the UDEV, I think, the libudev. Why do I not see the chicken poop in my list of changes?
not being ignored. The git ignore. I just committed. Oh, I literally committed the color chooser with only this thing. I need to do this and it. Okay. All right. Tools. Oh wait, color picker. Okay, I did something wrong. My stuff doesn't even compile right now, right? No, it does. Color picker. Let's see. I was going to do this. I was going to make the color over here. This is going to be my primary color that I'm drawing with, and my brush is going to use the primary color, basically. Let's see, eraser, clean. So instead of using this color inside the brush, I'm going to just use the color from this state directly. Actual color be here. Okay, well, actually, actual color using this state is going to be here. Raw color in state. So if we are erasing, then it's going to be transparent black. Otherwise, it's going to be a state color. Okay. Right. Okay. If self eraser and then white, else state color. Self eraser, not eraser. Okay. Definitely need a mute button. Yeah, probably. Someone asked for this sound. You can mute the browser tab. You know that if it's your browser, you can just do a mute tab here. Okay, I guess this is it. The palette is going to not switch the primary tool brush. Instead, it's going to say app. Going to say app state color is this. Okay. And then here, this has been done. We don't do the switch primary tool. Instead, we do self state color is color. I guess into. And color by default is going to be context config default brush color. Can it borrow state is immutable because it also is borrowed as mutable? Nice. To figure out what the color is before borrowing mutate color. Okay, whatever. Do this thing. Okay, and then we have the color picker. So this is the tool that can modify the state. The state has the color, so we just change the color there. All right. So find is going to. We're doing the ray casting over all the planes. We find the closest plane on the cursor, basically. That's how the picker tool already works. And now we pick, instead of the drawing plane to draw on it, we pick the color from that plane. So color, yes, closest. Okay. So I don't want the index, right? I don't want the index. We're just iterating over all the planes, doing the ray casting, and instead of the index, we're going to store this color at this texture position. And if the color alpha is 0, then we are like search another plane. Okay, so we just do the color here. So when we change not the selected plane, but we change the color. Literally, I guess color. If do this, then we change the state color. And when we draw over here, I can just draw the color that is under the cursor. But technically, you know what? I'm just going to not do it here. Not going to draw any preview. Later we can draw the preview for like the eyedropper tool. Do cargo run. I could make it like an into an Arch repositories. I'm not sure how do you like package this stuff for the Fedora. In Fedora, like how do you install software that is not in the Fedora package manager? And same for Ubuntu. I think this is like much harder to do in Ubuntu and Fedora compared to Arch or Nix. Can I make a package that like installs the dependencies automatically? Yes, I can. Like, I can. I don't think I'm interested enough to research how packages for. Or uses the DNF. It's a process to make an RPM. Easier to make a yum. Probably not too hard, I just never looked into it. Okay, let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. I think we're going to compile. DNF can install dependencies. Yeah. So like that, like if I actually make a package for your platform, then also I can just make a Windows build, and you can use Wine probably, and it's going to likely, most likely. Okay, let's try doing this, and then I select like this color and draw this, and then I select this color and draw it here, right? Then I create a new over here, and then this color here, right? Then I use oh wait, hold on, I never bound this thing to any button. Let's see, keys, tools, let's see, pick color picker. So if we do a color picker, and it's going to be tools, color picker, shit. I'm lost. This should be it. This should be it, and then in the keys, we specify what is the hotkey should be. So it's going to be like a temporary, probably. It's like the picker tool. We just hold this button and click, basically. So what should it be? Should it be? I actually feel like the palette should be changed into P from Q, and the picker, color picker, is going to be Q instead. Because I feel like the palette is actually not going to be much until I make it not a predefined color palette, but when I use the color chooser to create my own. Okay. Did you fix the problems you had with the workspace focus? What is the workspace focus? I don't remember. In Vim? Or what? The workspace focus. Remember, okay. Let's try loading the chicken poop. Let's try using the Q key to pick up this color. Okay, and there you go. I can pick this. This is yellow color. I pick this color. This is black. I pick the poop color, and this is brown. Okay, it works. I pick the mushroom color, and this is this color. Okay, this is easy. Okay, this is quick. Just use the color picker tool. I like this one. Okay. Undo and redo. Probably. Color picker could use a preview, but okay for now. Hmm. Undo and redo. Do and redo. How do I do the undo and redo? So I think the most stupid approach to the undo and redo is going to be just clone the entire state every time we do anything, right? So basically, is undo is control Z, redo is going to be control shift, right? Or should what should it be, control Y? I will need to change this or fix a problem over here. Because I think I'm not, like, when I'm pressing Control Z, if say anything is bound to Z, it's still going to work. Fix that, but I'm too lazy, so I'm just going to change the keybind for into X for the color chooser. Okay, so if undo, then we do undo, and if redo, then we redo, then we implement this. So in order to implement this, I think we are going to have the history, which is going to be the list of model. So I'm going to copy the model, but not the others. Like, for example, the color of the brush is not the thing that I'm going to undo, right? And the thing that I have selected is not going to be the thing that I undo. History position is going to be index here. History history position 0. Okay, there you go. So what should I do? I think when I am starting to use a tool, it, like over here. Just going to say self history truncate. Assurance the vector keeps the first length and dropping the rest. Yeah, so I'm going to remove all the history in the future, in case we did some undo already. So everything after the current history is removed, and then we do history push self state model clone. So I need to be able to clone the model is the thing. And I think the challenge here is going to be cloning the textures because my textures are not cloned now. You can make them clonable in the engine or here. We do self history position on, which basically is going to be extraction gem method. So let's do this self push history. So this is pushing the history. And then we have undo. Self history position. If history position is not 0, history position minus equal 1, and self state is equal to self history at self history position clone, right? So we like revert to the old in the history. For the redo, we say that if history position plus 1 is less than self history length, then I think over here also when we're doing the undo, because we have the current state, and to do if self history position is more than self history length, then we need to push history or doing the undo so we can like revert back. Over here I do the +1, and that should be it. So all I need to do is implement the cloning of the model, right? So I think we can like just derive the clone here, and then the plane needs to be clonable, and then the texture needs to be clonable. So like the texture is the hard part because the ugly texture is not clonable. And clone for texture needs to do a manual implementation here. Yeah, so texture is self texture as ref map texture. So over here, this texture needs to be cloned, right? New one is going to be texture new initialized self and texture size. So I create a new texture with the same size, and then I need to render into it, right? Or I need to copy. Yeah, I need to have like a better APIs of doing this stuff, but for now I will need to make a new frame buffer to be able to read from the original texture. Buffer read new with the attachment texture to read from this texture, and then we do frame buffer copy to texture into the new texture, the source, the so we copy the entire texture into this thing. We return the new texture here. Function takes 2 arguments. Yes. My Rust analyzer being slow again. Okay. I think this is it. So this can be like moved into the engine so that I can just clone my textures easily. But I think this is it. Let's see. Let's see if the undo redo is actually done like this. This was like the fastest feature that I have implemented. I think it's because the chat is being silent. Thank you, chat, for not distracting me this time, so that I actually do some work. All right. Let's see. Control Z. Control Y. Control Z. Control Y. Control Z. Control Y. Nice. Helpful chat. Nice. Now we can finally be distracted again and do some push-ups. Alright, let's go. Let's go and do the push-ups. Okay. Yo. Watch cam. Alright. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I have focused my OBS and I'm pressing Control Z there so that I did everything I did for my OBS. Apparently. Is it back to normal? Are we functioning? What happened? I think it works. Control Shift Z. It's actually Control Y in OBS too, instead of Control Shift Z to redo, just like I did here. Something is wrong with the outline. Hold on. The outline is too thick here. It's the outline should be just like over here. I think I broke my outline at some point. Like over here, see, it's normal. And over here, it's not normal. Hold on. Hold on. It is fixed now, right? The outline is fixed. Hold on. What made it this thick? Control Z. Control Z is breaking the outline. Huh? How so? 1, 2, 3. Control Z. So Control Z first time doesn't even do anything. Control Z second time is undoes. Why? It doesn't make any sense. This does not make any sense. 1, 2, Control Z. Control Z first makes this thing. Why? Is Rust OOP? No, Rust is not OOP, but Rust is just OP. It's overpowered, not object-oriented. Multi-paradigm. I guess. What happens here? Why Control Z does this? Hold on. If the history position is more, then I'm pushing to the history. Oh. But history position, I think I still need to do this. But still it does make 0 sense why the outline becomes thick. 0, 1, 2. Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Y. 3. Control Z. I don't understand. This doesn't make any sense. Why is the outline becoming thick? Or Control Z. Ah shit! Index out of bounds. Oh, when I do Control Z, the selected state can like break, right? Okay, so undo and redo. Fix shit. All right, I need to fix some shit when I'm doing the history changes. I need to like make this code better, but for now I literally am not going to care, and I'm going to make a function that is called fix some shit. I'm going to say if self state selected some index. So if I have selected something and this thing is no longer there, right, because I undid something, self state selected is none. I mean only if self state model planes get idx is none, right? Like if this doesn't exist, then we literally unselect stuff. All right. I guess not shit. It's fixed selected. The activate Linux overlay is amazing. I like it too. Box boy, hello. What you guys doing? I don't think I'm going to work much longer today, but like this is literally the most mysterious thing that I have ever seen. The thick outline that like when I do the undo, this is so weird. Why is this thick? I have no idea. Any ideas why would it become thick like
Hello?
this? Actually makes 0 sense. Am I using Unity? No. I'm using my own game engine in Rust. Unity -1 after all the drama. How many people from chat actually were using Unity and stopped using it because of the drama? That's why you want to use open source tools, basically. That's why you want to use Linux, guys. Install your Linux. Delete your Windows. Delete your Macs. Linux is the way. You're worried about spyware? Another reason to install Linux and uninstall Windows. If I paint, it fixes itself. It literally fixes itself when I paint. Aren't you using Windows too, though? Wait, what do you mean?
It is installed on the system, but I didn't boot into my Windows for like a month at least, for 2 months. I'm not sure. Maybe I booted into it once. But yeah, I technically didn't delete my Windows yet, but I am not using it. No, I'm not. What code language, if you don't mind me asking? This is Rust. You can see over here the icons of the Rust language and the extension .rs. This is Rust. So Control Z, Control Z, Control Y. So when I'm drawing, actually, hold on, it fixes itself like eventually, which is very weird. Like you see over here, like while I'm in the middle of drawing here, it fixes itself at some point. It's almost like there is some undefined behavior here. Almost like I'm writing C++ instead of Rust. Oh, I know why, by the way. I know why. It's so it fixes itself because I have this infinite textures. I have this infinite textures, right? As you can see, like I can draw anywhere I want. I can draw anywhere I want. The way it works is my textures are technically infinite, and right now it's like bounded to this thing. And when I start drawing outside of it, it basically makes a new texture of this size, right? So it looks like it is not undefined behavior. It's just when I'm creating a new texture, it is becoming fixed. Which, so yeah. Yeah. Only when I draw basically outside of the current texture, it is becoming fixed. So what is wrong with this texture then? What is wrong with this texture? I have zero ideas. Zero ideas. So I guess somewhere a bug in my cloning. Let's see. When I'm cloning a texture, what am I doing? I'm creating a new texture, a new uninitialized texture. So uninitialized, technically this is undefined behavior. I should delete this. I should never have uninitialized data. Then I do copy to texture. So I'm copying into the new texture from the old texture. And how does this break anything? Why would it break anything? What if I don't do uninitialized here? But I'm pretty sure that it doesn't work. So like I can make it using like white color, for example. But it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. And it's only for the outline, so when I don't select it, it looks correct. So I think actually this texture is okay.
Go back to uninitialized, back to undefined behavior. So not this. Let's see how I am drawing the outline. Draw outline. Outline. Draw plane outline. So what I'm drawing is I'm drawing the plane normally, and then I'm drawing at the plane again using a different shader, right? Using a different shader, which is going to be the outline shader. The outline shader looks like this. The undefined behavior might be in the shaders because that's usually how it goes. Because this is GLSL, which is like C. C is like the definition of undefined behavior. So let's see outline. Size, I don't need that. Sure if this fixes anything. Um, I think I found a bug in my engine, to be honest. Here. That I have not found in a long time. It looks to me that when I'm cloning the texture, I'm creating a new frame buffer, right, to read from that texture. And basically the frame buffer is and basically I don't even know. Hold on. No, I have no idea. Control Z. Because as you can see, if I... It looks like this outline. Looks like this outline is now... is now being drawn on this plane, like so that's why when I'm zooming in, the outline also zooms. That's not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be different. So here's the shader, right? I'm using GFDX to figure out the texture coordinates on the neighboring pixel, right? Maybe some uniforms that I don't restore. See, I'm setting the texture. Size. Draw outline. Line is also only drawn here. Point of it. I have no idea what is happening. How do I even debug this shit? Maybe I should just commit this, undo, redo, close. This issue is there. How about, hold on. Does this here's the question. Does this bug appear on the web? Cargo run for the web. Let's try to compile the web application and see if the bug is still there. One, two, three, Control Z. It is still there. I am still there. I am. Anything in the developer console, because browsers usually they say something. And audio context was prevented automatically. That is okay. So, like, having undefined behavior in the browser is much harder. So the behavior is probably very defined here. It literally only breaks the outline shade. Let's say the outline shader is going to be just over here. An inverted color. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. This is how my my textures work. We can now see the actual like dimensions of the texture. 1, 2, 3. Control Z. Oh, I see it. I see it. Look at this. Look at this. It's because I didn't set the pixelation. As you can see, we have the interpolation here. That's why. That's why, because I didn't set the filter. That's the bug. So my shaders, they don't work then. Okay, makes sense. There you go, I figured it out. Easy. So yeah, when I clone my texture, I need to also say that new texture, filter, and also like the wrap mode. If we move this into the engine, this should be taken care of. Can I query the current filter? I cannot. I can only set the filter because I don't have the API to query it. Okay, fine. Ugly filter nearest. Okay, we just do this. Okay. I need to make my textures clonable and make it proper. But I'm too lazy to do it now. This is going to fix it, pretty sure. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Control Z, 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 Y, Y, Y. Okay, there you go. Easy. Fix Control Z bug. Oh, nice free delivery. Yeah. It was nice. Thanks, Mickey. All right. So, the only other thing that I wanted to do is the play in groups. So basically, let's take a look at this chicken, for example, again, right? Let's take a look at this chicken. Right? So let's say that I want to make this chicken into the game, right? And I want this chicken's head to be movable, right? I want to move this and transform this this chicken head. Basically I want to do something like this, but in the game code, right? And not only one plane, but all the things. So I want to like have these things that are the head and make it a separate object. How do I do this? How do I do this? Let's see. So I would need to to change my model. So the file format. I guess I don't really. Wait, my file format is literally going to be backwards compatible. Okay, my chicken is probably going to be gone. I will need to draw a new chicken. Okay, anyway, here's the model, right? So we have the list of planes, right? But the we want to actually have the objects, which is going to be a list of named objects, I think. So it's going to be a hash map from a string, which is a name of the object, into an object, right? And object is then a list of planes. So we have like not the entire hierarchy of the objects, right? But so basically we have one level of nestiness in our layers, basically, and we can name this thing. So the question is, how do I name it though? I will need to open a dialog box or something. Can I just copy paste this from like the link? Probably. Let's see. Let's clone some code from the slider. Why does GitLab always sign me up? Every day I need to link to it. Okay, we have this pop-up. the confirmation and well, okay. Okay, and then the file format also needs to be the same, right? Objects is going to be a hash map string into object. Okay. Alpha objects iterator map. Those objects iterate name. Map object. Object. Did I do something wrong? I did double dots here. Accident. Okay. He doesn't have. All right. There you go. And then convert back all the file format. This thing to objects. Need to objects here. Then name object here. Lanes is string HA object and so this doing a pane and then I select name date select right. This it. Mesh types. I need to await here. I think this is it. Okay. So this is done. Little ugly this code, but alright. Doesn't matter because it works. Okay, fix selected. So now the selection. Let's see. The selection is going to be a pair of a string for the name of the object that we have selected and the index of a plane inside this object. Basically. Selected. Actually, I think we can start with an empty model here. It's a little annoying to start with an empty model, but it is too. So previously we started our program with a single plane, and now I need to have this as a single object. Right? So I need to create a new object. With a single plane. Then I say model object insert model. Right. So the default model is the default object is going to be called. Can make call it object whatever. I guess I also like lack the ability to delete planes. Right now I can just add. Selected some object 0. Self state model get this some want know how to write this. I think even like splitting into this single layer hierarchy is going to require some thinking here, and I don't think that I want to stream for much longer. So maybe actually I revert all of that. I actually revert all of that and do it somehow differently. But how? So like I could instead like what do I do? Maybe I can maybe you know what? Maybe I can select multiple planes at the same time and then export only those. But that's going to be annoying to select everything before exporting. Like what is the easy solution to this? To split the object into multiple parts. Maybe the easy solution is just don't make everything a static object so that if I make a chicken, I don't make its head moving, right? Hmm. What else can I do? Hmm. I can just try following the existing grid. I think. You know what I realized? I don't have the visual indication of where the 0, 0 is. I think this is the better way. So let's say that so like the reason the way I was working in Paint before, for example, right? I was making I would make a head like separately, you know? Like I would make a head like this, right? And then I will make a different thing for the body. So I like still work in different files technically, right? That's how I would work if I was working in Paint. Anyway, so so we just do the same thing, but then I need to make sure that the dimensions and the origins are properly set. Which all this means actually is that I just need to see the origin. I think I just need to see the origin. And right now it's literally invisible. How do I draw an origin? How do I see the origin? What do I even do? How about I just make a key that is going to be called show origin? And it's going to be like, oh, for example, I just hold this key and the origin is going to be shown. Right? So when I'm drawing anything, when I'm drawing, shit, where is it? Drawing over here. I'm just going to say that context draw. I want to draw a gizmo basically, I think is the easiest way to do that. How do we draw a gizmo? Drawing. This is the drawing of the. Okay, so basically we say self context gizmo draw frame buffer self state camera and transform is going to be identity. So like the identity transform is 0, 0 basically. It's going to show me the gizmo at the 0, 0. And I only want to do that if the key is pressed. The show origin key. If this is pressed, then I show the gizmo at the origin. And I think this is going to be enough for me, technically, to work with this. So basically I hold O and this is the origin, right? So whenever I'm drawing something, like I draw this, I draw a face, right? And then I want to make sure that like the origin is over here. Maybe the origin should be actually the tool so that I can like actually interact with this one and change where the origin is. But I am too lazy to do that. So instead I'm just going to, like over here, here's the two gizmos. Here's the origin of this texture and here's this thing, right? So I just want to move it close to the origin. So like over here and there you go. Now the origin is in the middle of this thing, right? So we just make sure that this is in the middle and this model is okay. Oh shit, I'm so lazy. Okay. Okay, anyway. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay. Let's open the chicken poop. Let's draw something else. Anyone has an idea of what I should draw? You know what I think? We should change this thing to be like to be like this instead. Oh. You know, like the wings should be up and not down. Like this chicken is flying, right? Maybe even I can make some random angles here technically. I don't have a scale tool, but I don't think it's needed. This basically makes sure that I maintain the same like pixel density, which is important when you do the art. Even although my art is still going to be ugly, at least the pixel density is going to not be broken. Also, hold on. I think I need to fix this. Why do I have the outline when the two colors are different? The outline is supposed to be only... Yeah, I'm not supposed to see the outline there. Show origin. Let's see the outline shader. I think I just need to fix this one. I'm just literally seeing the different colors. So if the color is different, then I'm just saying that this is the outline. But instead, I should just check the alpha. And if the alpha is different, then I draw the outline there. So this should fix it. Here's the chicken poop. Okay. So now if I select this one, as you can see, we only see the outline of the entire like chicken body of the plane that I'm currently drawing on. And yeah, this is better. Better. This is better. There you go. Oh, this is better. Wait, hold on. Just realized. Hold on. Interesting. I have brush on the both sides here, but when I select this one, I don't. For some reason, and I only see it on this side. This is a bug. Oh, wait. Wait. Now I see it. Now I don't. Duck is terrifying. It's not a duck, it's a chicken. What do you mean? A duck is terrifying. It said not a duck, it's a chicken. I'm still there. I am still here. The Ludum Dare is still not here. When is the Ludum Dare starting actually? How much 5 hours until the theme is revealed. You know what? How about we ask the Ludum Dare people what do they think of my duck here? Let's ask the Ludum Dare people. Make sure that this no. Okay. Here's the duck. I mean, not the duck, the chicken. Chicken. Where's my origin? Oh, my origin is like there. Actually. Origin is right there. So like technically when I'm making this model, the origin should be probably
so that it's like easier to work with this thing. I should have drawn it so that like the middle of the thing is here. It's going to be very annoying to move like every single thing, so I should be able to move my origin. Hmm. Can I make a structure, or do I have to use raw read writes? You can do whatever you want. I allow you to do whatever you want. Asking about Rust STD. What is the question about Rust STD? I didn't see a question about the Rust STD. Yo. Yo, 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 yo. What do you think about this duck? I mean, it's chicken. Hold on. Here's a chicken. Why do I see these outlines? Hold on. This is annoying. I don't want these outlines to be... Why do I have the outlines? Looks like I'm simple. This was not here before. Wait, hold on. Is my outlines broken again? My outlines are broken again. Hold on. Hold on. There is serialization 2 from raw bytes with Rust STD SERDE. The bean code. I'm using the bean code. But that's not serialization, right? You can write your own serializer if you want. Can I scream for once, like really hard? Probably not. Hold on, something is wrong. Oh shit, and now it's back to normal. Hold on. Where did I do it? I think I know. I think I know. This is the same bug, but when I'm doing loading for here file form, when I'm doing the load, this texture texture this texture does not have the filter texture set if let some texture is texture, then texture set filter wrist. This is what I need. Fix outline. This fix texture filter. Okay, let's load. Now it should be good. Okay, so now we don't have this problem anymore. Okay, nice. I mean, like a raw format for help. Just make your own thing.
You can do whatever you want, or you can research, because I did not make the research. I'm not sure why you're asking me this question if I have no idea, because I never did the thing you're trying to do. Also, it's actually not SERDI. You don't want the SERDI model when you're doing this. Is all prepped for the LD Jam? Yes, exactly. So the idea here is that for this LD, I want to try the new approach to the art, which is exactly what you see on the screen right now. Here's how I would draw a mushroom, and here's how I would draw a chicken, right? So I make this application that allows me to draw in 3D like I want to draw in Paint, but in 3D. So this application is called Pog Paint 3D that I just made to try out this art style for the LD. I'm not an artist, I'm a programmer, so I am doing this ugly programmer art. And I want to be able to do this very quickly. Right? So this duck can be created in like 30 seconds probably. This mushroom can be made in like 10 seconds probably, which is what I want. I want to be able to make my art fast, right? So even if it's going to look ugly like this, right? I mean, probably most people are not going to like this too much, but at least there is art in the game, right? And I think I personally actually like this style. I like the ugly art. The ugly art is better than realistic art, in my opinion. Is that a poop in the back? Yes, this is poop. This is poop. I tried drawing a poop too. We can try drawing something else so that I can show you how to use this application, and I can practice myself even more. Maybe outlines? No, I think the outlines are bad. We don't want the outlines in this because when I was using Paint before, I realized that outlines are actually hurtful for my art style. I don't want the outlines. I surely don't want the outlines. Like with shader, like this shader. Have this shader for selecting the objects, right? But I think, I mean, I can do a shader in the game if I really want it to be, but I don't know. I feel like it's going to be literally this. Okay, let's try drawing something. What should I draw? Let's see. What are the gems? Hold on. And hold on. Team voting. Folklore, guys. If you are still didn't vote for the themes, please make sure that you downvote the folklore, right? Signal. Keep the light on. Locks and keys. I'm not sure. Let's try making. I don't even know. I don't know. An object. Locks and keys win. I'm making a game. I'm pretty sure they won't. Let me show you a little spoiler. Here you go. Strange machines are probably going to win. Or tiny creatures. So it actually doesn't look like folklore is at the top. Judging by this poll, which is unofficial obviously, but still. So if we Google for strange machines, right. I don't know. I just want an idea of something to draw. Okay, let's ask what to draw. Okay. To try and make the Amogus 3D, right? The Amogus 3D. If I was to make my own Amogus game, what would it look like? Let's try and imagine. Do you have a crab yet? Well, actually, that is true. That is true. How could I even not make a crab? That's my fault. All right. Okay. Are you ready for the ugliest Ferris that you have ever seen? All right. Let's see. Nyx Flake. Yeah, I tried to draw a Nyx Flake, but it was the ugliest flake ever. All right. So what color is the Ferris? VS Code icon. I wouldn't need to draw a VS Code icon for a game. Is this the Ferris color? Hold on, how would I draw a crab? I think the crab is usually like actually going to be horizontal. Maybe I do it like this instead, you know? So here's how I would draw a crab most likely. I'm not going to like draw Ferris specific here. So here you go. This is the crab, right? I'm going to draw one here. It here. Right? I think this is how we make a crab. How many hands, how many legs do the crabs have? 10? This kind of looks like a crab, right? Crab body. And then we have 4 legs for Ferris. Okay. I think I'm going to make 8, right? So this is the 6 legs and 2 hands, basically. So the hands are going to be where? I'm going to draw them separately. Let's see, something like this, probably. Something like this, probably. This it? Okay, I think we need some lighting in this, or changing the colors, right? Because everything just blends together. So in order for everything not to blend together, I need to change either the lighting or something. I need to the bucket tool would probably actually make sense. I just feel like the implementation of a bucket tool. It reminds me of the Acid Grid Modeler for Blender. Grid Modeler. Grid Model. Looks like regular, like, no? You cut out stuff. Oh, this looks like the regular Blender stuff. No, this is too complex. Like I want to be able to make my art really quickly here, which is why I'm doing that this way. Let me actually. By the way, I think I can change this one to be better. Let me save this. The project I have, and make sure that when I'm doing the color chooser, I'm going to choose with the same color that I already have, since I now have it in my 8, right? It's this. Okay. Color chooser, start with current. Okay. And load stuff, and then continue working here. So I'm going to choose this color, go into the color chooser. I think so in this color chooser, I'm not really showing where the color is on this thing, but I'm too lazy to do that, so whatever. So I want to just make it a little lighter here, I think. Do this. We just do that. Okay, there you go. I don't have the bucket tool, so I will need to do this. Whatever. Good enough. Okay, at least we see a little difference in the colors, right? Which is nicer. I think in the actual game I can make it with a different shader. So that like the different orientation of the planes is going to make different colors automatically. But whatever. I think this is good enough. All right, and then we want the spikes of the Ferris. How do we draw the spikes of the Ferris? I think we'll literally just make this thing. Yeah, select this color and draw like a spike here. No, I draw a spike. This. This is going to be a spiked crab because it is a Ferris. I don't have copy and clone. But I don't need it, right? Okay, and then we need the eyes. So for the eyes, I'm just going to make the one here probably, right? Doo-doo-doo. There you go. We have a crab. Actually, I think I would just put this into the game. This is not too bad. I actually like this. What do you guys think? I think I would put this thing into the game. That was pretty quick. Shading, dot with normal, and some arbitrary direction. Yeah, that's how I would do it. Just use a dot product with some direction, and then basically based on that. Game Jam, it's about speed. Yeah, exactly. So this thing will, yeah. I will really like miss splitting this object into multiple parts.
between Alpha and Charlie. You know what I think? If I don't have the ability to split objects into groups here so that it's easy, let's save this so that I can show it. I think I lack the ability to delete the things. So let me make another key, which is going to be called delete plane. Literally the delete key. So here's what I think I will have to do if I want to, like, the hands of the scrap to be moving. I will literally just go ahead and delete everything except the thing that I want to export, and export this thing so that I will have a crab hand in one file and the crab body in a different file. Yeah, because like making it properly would probably require more time than I have. Even though I am a week behind on a 2-week game jam and moving slow like molasses. Lecturing anyone. Are you going to participate in this Ludum Dare? Ludum Dare is the most fun game jam I think that I have participated in, so you do if you like gems. If keys delete plane matches the event, then self. Hold on. So first of all, we need to push to the history so that we save the current stuff, so we can undo, and then I guess it should only work if we have something selected, right? If we have something selected, then we basically delete this thing. We literally remove it, this index. That's it. Right? Key to remove selected pane tab. I just finished the AI and games game jam a week ago, then jumped headfirst into this one. Was the Autumn Game Jam? Why not LD though? LD is literally the best one. It starts in 5 hours. I use cases too specific and make my own serialization trait. Make your own anything. Sure. This one is still going on for another 6 days. Alright, anyway. When you make a game, you can come back here if you want to see your game played. Although, probably I will focus on the LD games first. But when I'm doing my normal, regular streams, if you come and you have a game that I can make me do it and distract me from what I'm doing, because that's why we stream, for the distraction by the chat, right? Okay, here's the thing, right? I'm going to have this file, and let's say that I want the chicken like wings to be moving. Then I would first of all, I will select this, I will delete this, I will select this, and I will delete that, and export this as a separate object, and then do the other way around and delete this, right? And export the wings so that those are like separate models that I can control in my code. Hold on. I think I have a bug here. If I do select and then I do delete and I do Control Z,
This time it worked. Hold on. So if I select this one. Oh, wait, I see. I see. This is so right now I'm pushing into the history, but I'm using any tool. So like when I'm selecting this, and that, this is technically different actions, and I'm still pushing this to a history. So like Control Z is literally going to do nothing for a bunch of key presses. It is a little bit annoying, but I think that's okay. I'm too lazy to fix this. Stream to be distracted. I watch the stream to be distracted. Yeah, exactly. I think like when I was not streaming myself, I would watch somebody else's stream and be distracted. Yeah, that's literally it. I think when I stream, still like the distraction by the chat, but it is it feels like I'm getting distracted less than when I'm watching somebody else's stream. So this is me being productive actually, even though I'm being distracted by the chat all the time. This is actually me being productive. Okay. Let's show the people. Goofy, stop distracting me. What are you doing, Icy? What are you doing? Okay, let me do a couple screenshots and just show the people how cool this thing is. All right, there you go. Screenshot, and then the crab, obviously the crab. The crab actually is very bog. The crab, I like the crab. The crab is very good. I like this one. Crab is bog. Yeah, I like the crab. Gem. Okay. Do this. So here's how it works, by the way, guys. Oh, look at this. Hold on. I literally opened the LDGM front page and there is a crab. I mean, as a Unity refugee and an aspiring Rustacean, I'll be doing this game in the Bevy game engine, alright? Crab is Pog. I've always been interested in true ECS systems. Wait, hold on. Are they going to try this for the first time, though? Other Rust jammers out there? Rust Pog. Alright. Okay, let me make my own post. Here's how it works. It's basically like a big feed of things. It's like you're supposed to share your progress here, which I always forget about. Do I need to like join the event? Game. And then I can create posts. This website is not very intuitive, but alright. Paint 3D. Paint 3D. Joining this time with how do I like? I don't want to say words, so I show pictures. Pictures. Oh, looks the preview is still working. Fog Paint 3D. Yo, I'm excited about this. This jam. This time, I'll try to make assets in 3D. So I made this org paint 3D app for myself. Right. This is good. Words are hard. Put a link to it. Fine. This was made really quickly, but you yourself here. Okay. All right. Self here. Made with Rust. By the way. Good. Oh shit. I think this is like a bug on the website. The preview of the links don't work. Quickly and very unpolished. You can try it out yourself. Okay, there you go. I'm going to stay up until LD start. I think so, but I'm not going to stream until the LD start. I'm just literally going to finish probably right now. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. It's 1 a.m. will be for you. No, for me it will be 2 a.m. You can see it's right now 22 p.m. I'm terrible. Well, it would be terrible if I was a normal person who actually sleeps at night. But you know, that's usually the case. My sleep schedule is RNG, so I have no idea. We're going to start tomorrow, but tomorrow, guys, we're going to start. Actually, by the way, like my post if you are registered on this website, right? You can put the likes here. Let's wake up and 2 a.m. No, I think I will just stay up until the theme is announced. I will be thinking about it while I am going to try and sleep. If I completely fail to sleep, then I'm not going to stream at night. Current plan is to start stream early in the morning. Wake up. But plan can fail if I fail to go to sleep. All right. Actually, this crab is so good that I should change my here my thing in the README to this crab, right? You decide. Yeah, like this. What is this image? This image is like, ah. The integrated terminal. See pictures. I think I do both. I do both. Put them here. It's going to be chicken. This is going to be crab. Okay. I guess we can leave the pog there. Pog. Actually, the pog. No, I don't like. We'll remove the pog. Pog is not that pog. All right. Well, you can play the game I just finished in the last game jam if you want to be distracted even more on stream. All right. Emery Pawn. You can link to your game, right? I mean, hold on. If it's only if it's very short. I wonder why on the web the camera is so slow. Like literally, why? Why? You know what? Let me just do this. This is going to be a hack for the web. In over here. Going to do. Just going to do. CFG target arch wasm, which means that I'm going to build it for the web. I'm going in that case to do delta is delta applied by. Excited to see how you work during the jam. I also plan to do a multiplayer game this time, but I have no idea what I'm making yet. I think the biggest problem is coming up with the idea is going to be. This is going to be my Ludum Dare number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's going to be network. Yeah. So here's the game that I have made that is my best game so far. It was it scored top 3 in fun for the LD. This game was multiplayer. You can join this server right now and we can play this before I end the stream, I guess. You guys want. Getting farted on is pretty good. Getting farted on is, I think, I like getting farted on myself better. It's another game for LD. But this one is technically scored better. And it's also pretty good. Monkey Pizza your favorite? I think this did it because of the bikini in the thumbnail. I like getting farted on the battle cry across developers everywhere. What? Alright. Loading takes ages? Yeah. It's because I use a custom font here and every single character in this font is its own file, so like yeah. Okay, anyway. Where are you? There you go. You use left, right. You can also use your mouse. You can play this on the phone if you have a phone. There's touch controls for this thing. So it's one race and then there's another race. I actually remember this game from a few LDs ago. Yeah, this was for LD50, which was more than a year ago. And then a year ago, I made the Getting Farted On, which is the Fortean game where you fart to go up. Alright. I'll die on purpose here. Alright. Someone press the button. Explode the mountain, let's go. This is not the gem version, by the way. I have updated this since then. Like in the gem version, when you died, you do not continue. But in this one, actually, but no one plays this game, so I don't know why I updated this. Guess we play it sometimes on stream now. We do. Yo, Ameripon is pretty good at this game. Let's see. No, they're not that good. I'm better. Okay, do a couple more. So yeah, this is a multiplayer, but technically there's not much interaction between the players because I need for this gem, like it's going to be one server, just like here, right? And there should be next to no player interaction because we need the players from all around the world to be playing at the same time. So it should be not very dependent on the low ping, basically, right? So this is going to restrict the kind of game that I'm going to make even more. And then also more restrictions. Like this is challenging because you need to make sure that people can play and join the game at any point in time. Like right now, when you are dead, you are in this spectator mode, right? Which like basically means that if you're bad at the game, you're going to suck. So technically, it would be better if you would just always be able to play. So like technically just an MMO, right? Just make a sandbox probably or something. I don't know what I want to make. Shit. That is really fun. Yeah, it was. It scored really high in fun. It was top 3 that LD. Yeah, I have made multiplayer games for LD before, and this time I want to do a multiplayer game again. That is going to happen tomorrow, or when I'm going to start the stream. I think I'm going to think about the idea of the game before the stream starts.
I'm gonna
that I'm going to. Okay, let's actually trade. Put them there. Put them there, streamers. Put them there, prepare wipes. Put it in. G. Yeah, GG. It's better than nothing, but technically the application, this Pog Paint, could be 10 times better. We'll see if I make something good this LD. Maybe I will improve this thing more and more and more. There's a lot of things that could be added to this, right? Not sure what would I use it for, if not for this LD though. What tag do we put in our streams for Ludum Dare? The Ludum Dare, right? If you go under the this website, this is broken, right? But the only thing that is not broken on this website is these 3 dots. So if you go into these 3 dots, it's putting you into the tag Ludum Dare. So that's the tag that you want when you are streaming. Also, I think last time, if
like when this was working, it was showing the people with the hashtag Ludum there in the actual title of the stream. But I don't know. I don't know. There is like this is the only closed source part of this website, I think. We don't really know how it works. All right. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.